But I'd be okay with it this week.
It's okay. No. You don't want to give away any of it. You got to live in the moment. You got to enjoy what you have. Don't wish away your days.
Yeah, listen, I know we're only working together a few months. You and I are going to get along a whole lot better if you will just stop trying to bring perspective into my life.
Hey, Brent, love the color. If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans?
Compare benefits plans, obviously.
But you know how complicated benefits are, right?
Well, I run payroll with Gusto. Gusto makes it easy to find benefits like medical, dental, and vision for my whole team.
Whoa. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna need new glasses.
Don't worry, you're covered.
Choose benefits without the mess. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
No payments for 90 days and just $500 down can get you behind the wheel of a brand new Toyota. And with the help of Arlington's pre-approval program, that new Toyota will be sitting in your drive sooner than you think. Plus, every new Toyota comes with the peace of mind of Arlington's lifetime warranty. That's unlimited time and miles. Shop in person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Terms and conditions apply. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/new offers for details.
Attention men and women. If you would like to get your hair back, then you need to listen to some of our clients. John in Orange Park.
IHRS showed me what was causing my hair loss and helped stop it.
Call IHRS now at 904-777-IHRS. Find out how to grow your hair back with a free hair and scalp examination. Mike from Bay Meadows.
I finally found the most experienced company who could restore my hair. Now I have hair where I had none before.
Results guaranteed. Diane from Ponte Vedra.
Now I have what lotions couldn't give me. Thick, beautiful hair.
Find out why you're losing your hair and how to grow your hair back. Call 904-777-IHRS for a limited time free hair and scalp examination.
Now my hair will grow for the rest of my life. Thanks, IHRS.
Thank you, IHRS.
Thanks, IHRS, for giving me my hair back.
Hurry, this free examination, normally $199, is yours for free and good only through Sunday. For your free examination, call IHRS at 904-777-IHRS. That's 904-777-4477. Call now.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment. Babbel. Language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
I'm Pauline Savigny, president and owner of Grace Aerospace and an Athena PowerLink graduate with the Jacksonville Women's Business Center. Being a member of the Jax Chamber and JWBC has provided me with many great new relationships among women entrepreneurs.
Live from the Anajar and Levine Studios, Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Question marks surrounding the availability of 49ers receiver Deebo Samuel for Sunday's NFC Championship game against the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports San Francisco's giving him a 50-50 chance to play as he deals with an injured shoulder. Pro Football Hall of Famer and First Take co-host Shannon Sharp.
For me, I don't see a scenario. I think they put medicine, Dio, you know this. I think they put medicine in. I don't think he practices this week, but I think they put medicine in that shoulder. Given the circumstance and the magnitude of this game, I don't see a scenario in which, unless that arm is falling off the bone, I don't see a scenario in which Debo does not at least give it an opportunity or a chance to get himself into this ball game and play.
The Lions agreed to a contract with veteran tight end Zach Ertz. His addition comes after Detroit tight end Brock Wright sustained a forearm injury yesterday. Ertz likely will be elevated to the active roster for Sunday's game. Signs pointing to Nick Sirianni's return for a fourth season as Eagles head coach. The team announced that he and GM Howie Roseman will hold their end-of-season news conference on Wednesday. There were questions about Sirianni's status after Philadelphia dropped 6 of its last 7 down the stretch.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday. I'll tell you the reason your team will and won't win the conference championship. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me.
Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Kasey Kuhrts. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What happened? What are you trying to tell me, Case?
Stream.
Oh.
You don't know what I'm saying?
Nope. Oh, I do know. Okay. It's going to be one of those days.
There we go.
Welcome to it, folks. Brent and Friends, ESPN 690, Aaron Schachter and Kasey Kuhrts. I've already screwed up the showcase.
That's all right.
I've already screwed up. I'm having a rough day.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little bit about that coming up later, but we got big news today.
Do we?
We're kicking this thing off with big news.
Big news. What do we got?
The Jacksonville Jaguars have reportedly hired a defensive coordinator.
Really?
According to Mr. Schefter.
Is this breaking news or just big news?
It's somewhat breaking if you want to hit me with the little slice. Little slam jam wing dinger over there.
How about that? How about that? They did something. How about that?
The Jacksonville Jaguars are set to hire Ryan Nielsen as their new defensive coordinator, league sources tell Adam Schefter over at ESPN. He spent the past season as the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator after spending the previous 6 with New Orleans as their defensive line coach, assistant head coach, and co-defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Falcons defense improved markedly, Casey. You know the word markedly?
A lot.
There you go. Context clues. I like that.
That's what matters.
It was Nielsen's only season, but they finished in the top 10 in the NFL in passing, third down defense, and red zone defense.
How about that?
A couple of categories we could have used a little help in this year.
Yes.
Atlanta was third in third down defense, 33.8%. Nice. Fourth in red zone defense.
Those are good numbers.
45.3%. Love to see that in the clutch.
Those are good numbers.
Up by 3 points. That'd be wonderful. Falcons also doubled their sack total under Nielsen, by the way, going from 21 in 2022 to 42 last season.
Really?
Now, the one thing about that case is that they did spend a ton of money in free agency last year.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, I mean, they brought in some dudes to help double that number.
Absolutely.
But it could have gone backwards like it did in Philly.
It could have not worked. Yeah, no, I'm with it.
And it totally worked.
Huh.
Here's the thing that might concern some folks. Some of the Jaguars fan base, the fans of the X's and O's case.
What do you got?
If you're a Jaguars fan, you were sitting home this morning watching defensive game tape, then this may stress you out a little bit.
All right, yeah, what you got?
Ryan Nielsen last year with Atlanta, he also played the highest percentage of man coverage in the NFL, 63.8% per ESPN stats and information data. I don't know if you realize, Case, we play a lot of zone coverage.
They got zone corners.
We play a lot of zone coverage on the Jaguars. And not just with the corners. I mean, you bought linebackers who can cover. You got safeties who are kind of hybrid corners. Interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, it'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Keep going.
Well, from everything I'm reading, it seems like the thing that locked it up was that Nielsen feels he doesn't have to redo the roster to fit a scheme.
Okay.
He feels like he can be flexible here with what they got and that the boys can be flexible with what he wants to do.
Okay.
But I think it's pretty clear to me if you're bringing in a guy who's a defensive line coach specialist, that's where he came up, then the focus here will be getting to that quarterback in the backfield. Also a run-stopping specialist, by the way.
Good. Good.
Jaguars lost 5 of their final 6 games. Gave up an average of 29.2 points during that run. That's a lot, Case.
Oh, it's not good.
You thought you'd be scoring 30, not giving up 30 a game.
Yeah, and you weren't scoring it, so you certainly weren't winning those games 32-30, I imagine.
By the way, just in case you forgot, they also gave up 146.8 rushing yards per contest.
Really?
In those 5 losses.
Well, damn.
So not something you want to see from a run-stopping defense.
They were pretty terrible at
in
the
the
end
Jacksonville Jaguars there. So Ryan Nielsen apparently on board to make everything better. The guy comes highly recommended, not just from other coaches he's worked with, and there are a few.
Yeah, that's...
You know the name Cam Jordan, Case?
Sure, Cam Jordan.
Cam Jordan's a huge star.
Good.
Game wrecker over there in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Here's what Cam tweeted when Ryan Nielsen went to Atlanta last year.
Okay.
He goes, Ryan, to get the defensive coordinator job, it was inevitable. He's a top-tier DL coach in terms of developing pass rush, emphasizing technique on running, gap integrity. I wish him the semi-best as he willingly went to the Falcons. So, resounding endorsement of Cam Jordan.
That's good.
You know the name Trey Hendrickson?
Heard of him.
This is what Michael Detillier said. Saints coach Ryan Nielsen at OLDL camp on Trey Hendrickson. Trey was a good technician when we got him. Just a little fine-tuning is all he needed. Add some strength, improve that lower body explosiveness. If he stays healthy, he's got a chance to be real good in the league.
How about that?
So, getting credit for developing Trey Hendrickson. How you feeling about the pick?
I'm intrigued. I'm not mad at it. It sounds like this goes back to what they've wanted to do. They want to stop the run. This is, again, going to reinforce that. But maybe most importantly, this sounds like they picked a dude to help Trayvon Walker reach his full potential. I know that's not why they fully hired a guy. I get it.
It's an interesting concept you have.
Everything you're saying right now is screaming Trayvon Walker.
See, to me, it's screaming you had 2 out of 7 guys helping up front.
Well, that too. No, there's no doubt about that. You're going to get better there. But also, you may have, whether intentionally or not, brought in a guy that is going to help your number 1 overall pick maybe reach that full potential. When you said Cam Jordan, I was intrigued. Cam Jordan, 6'4", 287.
Mm-hmm.
Trayvon Walker, 6'5", 272. Very similar. Very similar. So, yeah, I'm not mad at this at all. When we left on Friday, me and Brent were talking about the defensive coordinator at Michigan, potentially that being an option. I thought that was disgusting and gross. I'm on board for this. I think this can work.
Yeah, I feel like the more I read about this guy, the more I like the choice. I was expecting a name I'd be more familiar with. That's not to say I'm disappointed or let down because of that. I really did think Leslie Frazier was going to be one of these guys they brought. I don't even think that, I mean, we don't know because often we don't hear from Schad and the guys, but I'm not even sure they brought him in.
What's interesting about this is it always surprises me when you get someone who is somebody else's in the same job.
Meaning he was a defensive coordinator elsewhere.
Yes.
Well, they turned down the opportunity for him to talk to us, the Falcons did. They said no at first.
Yeah. I guess that Belichick's probably going to bring in a new staff, I guess, is what that means.
Is that official? I know we've seen all the reports.
No, that's not official.
But I believe the Falcons are actually talking to someone else today.
Well, whoever's coming in there, the idea is they're bringing in a whole new staff, so then that makes sense. But I don't know. It's still weird for me to see somebody go this to this. But I'm happy with it because it feels like they got a good, who knows if it was their first choice, second choice, whatever. But it feels like from what this guy has done in his career and the resume and what they did last year in Atlanta, I think you got to feel pretty good about this if you're a Jags fan.
You think they're trying to recruit anybody with this pick?
I mean,
a guy like Calais Campbell, maybe, who came over to the Falcons last year, comes to mind. Someone who is either retiring soon or this offseason. But if he's not, maybe he goes for it one more time with Ryan Nielsen if he had a good time.
I thought about that potential. It's possible. What I didn't realize until I just looked at their team stats, Calais led them in sacks. That's wild. And they did all of that, and he only played 8 games, Grady Jarrett. So they had all those sack numbers and all that without potentially their best dude who only had 1.5 all season.
And by the way, they doubled their sack output.
I mean, they were getting production sack-wise from safeties, from corners.
So that's the thing.
Just everybody.
This is the difference, really, the main difference between a team like the Jaguars, who plays zone defense almost exclusively, and a team like the Falcons last year, who lined up in man almost 65% of the time. Is when you're in man, you're sending the dogs.
Yeah.
Guys like Devin Lloyd are going to be going after the quarterback if that's what they're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like, if he's still around, Rayshawn Jenkins, who showed this year he likes to go after the quarterback.
Yeah.
But certainly a Tyson Campbell blitz.
Now, this is dope. I like this.
You know what else interests me, Case, between the zone coverage and man coverage conversation?
What you got?
Outside of Tyson Campbell, who do you know for a fact is coming back as a corner?
That's a good point. You don't.
And so you wonder, Tyson really hasn't had an opportunity to play a ton of man coverage in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Could he possibly be well-suited to do it? I'd have to go back and look at what he was normally playing in college. I'm sure I could do that in a commercial break, but there might be an opportunity here to upgrade more than we think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good call. I think with the contracts that you have with the Darius Williams, with the Trey Herndon, you can assess that, see if you can get better. And then Tyson Campbell, maybe you do get more out of that there. And maybe fully healthy, you go back to the player that we thought we had here last offseason. Obviously, this year it feels like a lost season at maybe the best for Tyson Campbell, because at times it did not look good for him. So, yeah, I think this only helps to figure that out. But
I would love to live in a world where the Jags defense is throwing 8-9 guys in the box on some plays.
Be sick.
Going after the quarterback on a heavy blitz, having the corners you can count on and believe in, a cover man.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how that works out.
Jesse Bates was so good for them.
So good. Although he was good before he got there, too.
He was, but was he that good?
I guess we gonna find out.
I mean, he got paid a lot of money to come from Cincinnati, but listen, it's hard to predict someone's going to have 6 interceptions in the season.
Well, especially because he got 3 of them, I think, in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, his tackles went way up. Like, see, I look at the Jesse Bates season, and I wonder what that means for a guy like Cisco. Because it feels like Cisco can kind of play this way. Ball hawk, get after the quarterback if you want to do some of that.
Yeah, for a free-range roamer, a mercenary.
I like this, man.
You go out there and game wreck, Cisco.
I like this more than I think I thought I was going to. But, yeah, I'm content today, Aaron.
Ooh, that's like a big win for Jacksonville if you're content.
I'm content today. Now they got to prove it.
Because you got a couple of gears in your gearbox, and only one of them has to do with, like, happy or content.
Yeah, a couple. No, this is good. I like what this could be. You keep Josh Allen. He gets better in this defense. Trayvon Walker, I think, is a huge part of this. What they do in the interior is going to be intriguing. And then linebacker-wise, you've got Devin Lloyd. He's not going anywhere. I don't think they're in a position to get rid of Aluakin. I know some others may feel that way. I don't feel that way. I think he still needs to be here. And then you're right. In terms of safety and corner, you know Cisco and you know Tyson Campbell. Outside of that, you now kind of give this guy the opportunity to, if he has his eye on pieces, potentially go get them.
Sure.
And then you've got an Antonio Johnson. Where does he best fit in this potentially?
You're going to find out next season. I'm sure you're going to see some playing time for the boy.
So, yeah, I'm with this.
So who are the pieces who started this year who you know will be back next year, whether it's in your heart or just rationally? You know Trayvon and Josh are coming back.
Yeah, I mean,
we feel fairly confident Aluakin is coming back, despite some people thinking he might get cut for financial reasons.
Yeah, I just don't think you're in position to do that.
I don't see it either.
I mean, Devin Lloyd, obviously. Chad Muma wasn't a starter, but he'll be here. I mean, Devon Hamilton will be here.
You think Devon and Dewan and Roy Robertson Harris, you think they're running it back on the defensive line in that sense? Because I think bringing in a defensive line coach not only speaks volumes to we need to develop those guys to contribute more, but also there's a different assessor in town. There's a different person doing the evaluations now, somebody who's made their reputation on the position. He played it. He coaches it at supreme level, according to Cam Jordan and Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
And so I think it means a little different kind of business is going to be happening on that defensive line specifically.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think obviously Roy Robertson Harris is going to be back. Smoot's interesting. I don't know if you can, depending on the amount of money you want to spend, you can upgrade that position, but Smoot's done a lot for them. So now you've got me thinking that maybe they do a sense of run it back.
Again.
With their defensive front. I don't know. I don't think I love that, by the way.
Well, I mean, we were fairly disappointed in the group for the season, and now to run it back seems like you're running into the same issue we ran into with the offensive line and possibly even the wide receivers.
Oh, I'm with that, but yeah, I'm torn because it feels like you convinced me a little bit because how much money are you going to spend on this position when you're already paying Devon Hamilton and you're already paying Roy Robertson Harris? You're going to have to, I know that's the interior, you're going to have to pay Josh on the outside. So, I mean, I would hope they're bringing in a veteran.
It almost forces the issue of Antonio Johnson, just because now you need low salaries as starters. I mean, if you're going to start throwing more cash at people,
potentially, yeah.
The only way around that is rookie contracts.
But then you can't
picking 13 guys in the draft.
I don't think then if you're gonna, you're gonna play mostly man. You can't really go cheap on a corner that you're not sure can play man. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So now you might be spending money over there.
You wouldn't feel comfortable with Antonio as corner as opposed to safety?
No, you can't go in thinking that. I don't believe. You haven't seen it.
I thought they got him as a hybrid to begin with.
Well, I think you need another outside corner. You definitely need another outside corner. And that's probably money. So now they're going to have to spend it potentially on defense.
Or re-sign Darius Williams at 10 plus.
Yeah. Dang. Now my head's spinning.
Yeah, man. Well, let me help you get more acquainted with Ryan Nielsen because he's kind of new to you, new to me. I would like to play a little game of get to know Ryan Nielsen with a round of fact or fiction. Case, hit the music. All right. Here's the deal, Casey. I've got 5 statements about your new defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen.
Okay.
You got to tell me if they're true or false.
I like this.
All right?
What you got?
Statement number 1. Ryan Nielsen got his start as a player playing for Andy Reid and the Eagles. True or false?
True.
While technically he was on the 2002 roster, he played 0 games for the Eagles. But Casey, they must have made a big impact on him. Listen to this coaching staff that he played with. Brad Childress, Jim Johnson, Leslie Frazier, John Harbaugh, Sean McDermott, Ron Rivera, Pat Shurmur, and Steve Spagnuolo.
Wow.
That is the proverbial coaching tree who's who from Andy Reid.
So I was not right.
Technically, you were. You could take a plus or a minus on that one.
I'll take a plus.
He wore the jersey. He just didn't wear it on the field during regulation.
But he was on the sidelines?
I believe so, yeah.
I'll take it.
He might not have gotten a game check, but he certainly got a check.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Got to get paid.
Some say. Number 2.
Know.
You wouldn't. Ryan Nielsen is the great-grandson of Matthias Nielsen, German inventor credited with inventing the American television and radio rating system. Matthias Nielsen.
False.
It is false. Way to go.
All right.
Nice job.
I'm good at this.
Number 3.
Oh, boy. I could still fail the test.
In 2022, the Saints enticed Ryan Nielsen to stay with their franchise by having him share defensive coordinator responsibilities with Chris Richard. They said, hey, we know you're thinking about leaving. Why don't you split the responsibilities with Chris Richard?
True.
That is true. Co-defensive coordinators in New Orleans. Makes sense that he was willing to move on then pretty willingly, as Ken Jordan said, to be the defensive coordinator in Atlanta. And then 1 year later, Case, team to team to team, coming to the Jaguars because he sees a bigger and brighter opportunity.
I like this. I like this a lot.
Statement number 4. Ryan Nielsen, older than me by 8 months.
How old are you?
44.
Are you really?
I am 44.
False.
It is true. Ryan Nielsen, older than me by 8 months, born in March of 79.
How about that?
And then the last statement, Case, here you go. You can lock it all up. I don't know what the score is, but it's for all the marbles.
I've gotten 3 of 4.
So technically you've won. That's fine. Ryan grew up in California, choosing USC to attend college. And while he was there, he acted in 3 popular sitcoms as an extra while trying to earn money to go to school.
This is too specific to be fake, but it's also very specific to be real.
Sounds like I read it somewhere like a bio.
True.
It is false.
Dang it.
He did attend USC, but he did not act in sitcoms. He's focused on football, Case.
That makes sense.
Laser focus. Can't be out here being an extra on Seinfeld and then going to practice afterward.
That's a good point.
Can't do that. What's wrong with you, Casey? Jacksonville Jaguars reportedly hiring new defensive coordinator Ryan Nielsen over from the Falcons. Nielsen, by the way, asked to go on an interview with the Jaguars early on in this process. Arthur Blank and the Falcons turned down the opportunity and wanted to wait until they got further along in their head coaching search, then electing to open it up for the man who came over to Jacksonville and quickly reportedly signed on that dotted line. Welcome, reportedly and allegedly, to Jacksonville, Ryan Nielsen. We don't know until they make the official announcement, Case.
I hope they do.
We can kind of trust Adam Schefter.
Can we?
He has been wrong previously. I don't know if you remember Aaron Rodgers took issue with
that's
Adam
right.
Schefter this past
I do
year.
remember that. That was last offseason, huh?
Yeah. Time flies, man.
Time flies. I hope it's real. Because I like this.
It seems like really good news.
I'm happy today.
If you're a Jaguars fan, you should be excited if this comes to fruition.
Mm-hmm. I like this.
All right. Well, when we come back on Brent and Friends, we'll get into it, man. The divisional round of the playoffs was a fun one. Couple of games that were not in question, couple of games that were in question till the very end. Maybe even a classic and a brand new all-time rivalry. We'll give you more on that coming up right here. Brent and Friends, ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
I'm Action News Jack's First Alert meteorologist Trevor Gibbs. Hope you're staying warm this morning. We've got temperatures that are starting off in the 30s and 40s, but rebounding very quickly today into the 60s with partly cloudy skies. And clouds continue tonight, lows dipping down only into the 50s, though, so quite a bit warmer. And then into the low 70s Tuesday afternoon. From the Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Trevor Gibbs.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, proud to offer a huge selection of both lab-grown and natural diamonds at the lowest prices guaranteed.
Start the year with a new or used vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC. New year, new truck. There are trucks, and then there's the truck, the GMC Sierra. I love mine, and you can save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierra 1500s and enjoy rates as low as 0.9% APR financing. Try a Terrain or Acadia with rates as low as 1.9% APR for well-qualified buyers. Used car? Well, try the Car Bravo program. Nimnick certifies all makes and models. NimnickBuickGMC.com or the showroom off Phillips Highway. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Gun Show is back at the Maxwell Snyder Armory on Normandy Boulevard this Saturday and Sunday. Buy, sell, trade, and browse a huge selection of guns, knives, ammo, and more. Doors open at 9 a.m. $10 to enter. See you at the Gun Show.
Have you seen your financial freedom wiped out by stock market volatility? It's Rich Jones. Consider investing in real estate funds from DLP Capital. Don Winter is CEO and founder.
DLP Capital has provided our investors with consistent double-digit returns by investing in cash-flowing residential real estate. For more than a decade, we have had zero losses, little volatility, and have shot above our return targets in all of our investment funds. Plus, we offer monthly distributions and tax shelter opportunities.
To get your investor's guide and learn more, dial **invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
This year, I resolved to have a whole new view in life.
Nice. So what are we talking? New attitude? Maybe new glasses?
Nope. New windows and doors from American Window Products.
New view. I see what you did there.
They're Jacksonville's oldest family-owned replacement window and door company. Great prices, selection, professional installation. They look great, too. And you can save $250 off any entry door and free installation on 6 or more windows in January when you call 731-2247 or visit AmericanWindowProducts.com.
Thanks. I'll give them a look.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Attention men and women. If you would like to get your hair back, then you need to listen to some of our clients. John in Orange Park.
IHRS showed me what
what was causing my hair loss and help stop it.
Call IHRS now at 904-777-IHRS. Find out how to grow your hair back with a free hair and scalp examination. Mike from Bay Meadows.
I finally found the most experienced company who could restore my hair. Now I have hair where I had none before.
Results guaranteed. Diane from Ponte Vedra.
Now I have what lotions couldn't give me. Thick, beautiful hair.
Find out why you're losing your hair and how to grow your hair back. Call 904-777-IHRS for a limited time free hair and scalp examination.
Now my hair will grow for the rest of my life. Thanks, IHRS.
Thank you, IHRS.
Thanks, IHRS, for giving me my hair back.
Hurry, this free examination, normally $199, is yours for free and good only through Sunday. For your free examination, call IHRS at 904-777-IHRS. That's 904-777-4477. Call now.
Jasmine is Northeast Florida's only LGBTQ+ youth center, offering health and mental health programs, housing supports, and teen and family initiatives. Jasmine is the safe place our LGBTQ+ young people need right now. Partner to support our effort. Visit jasmine.org today.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Welcome back to Brent Friends on ESPN 690. I'm Aaron Schachter. With me, as always, is Kasey Kuhrts. With me most of the time is Kasey's Kuhrts. Kasey's Kuhrts.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's going to be a rough day, man.
Yes, it is.
Your boy got home very late last night, flew into Jacksonville close to 4 o'clock in the morning.
Unbelievable.
It was up just minutes later to start the day.
Yeah, it's tough.
But that's not what we're here to talk about, Case.
I'm sure we will at some point.
Yes. Maybe in the C-segs of the show today.
Okay, sounds good.
I want to talk about playoff football because, Case, I was in Los Angeles, California this past weekend.
That sounds terrible.
I was visiting some friends.
Even worse.
We were going to have so much fun. I said, hey, let's do some L.A. stuff. And we ended up going to Buffalo Wild Wings and watching NFL football. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Yeah, it was terrible when I was there, so I'm glad to hear it's still about the same.
Yeah. But the playoff football was good, Case. Playoff football was good. Did you happen to watch all of the games, some of the games, or none of the games?
All of the games.
So you were in. You were locked in.
I was in.
It was funny. I had a travel day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I was struggling to switch between like the airplane TV and my phone and Wi-Fi. But
oh, you bought the Wi-Fi on the plane?
I managed to catch the games. I couldn't listen to the audio of all of them, but man, was I locked in. It was some good day of football.
They didn't have planes? Or they didn't have TVs on your plane?
They didn't have TVs on the plane.
They don't have all the football?
One of the games was on, yeah.
Huh.
It was a tough day, Case.
Yeah, sounds like it. All right.
But let's start with Ravens-Texans.
Okay.
That game took place on Saturday.
How about that?
And I think it kind of worked out the way I certainly thought it was going to work out. A lot of people thought the Texans were going to play this one close. Where were you at before the game started on that one, out of curiosity?
I thought, because the spread was like 9 or something crazy.
9.5.
I wasn't super fired up. I actually didn't think that the Ravens would win that big. I thought the layoff, I thought maybe they had played their best football. I thought the Texans were hot. Nobody was beating them. I didn't think the Texans were like on the Ravens level, but you know how this works, like, you know, playoff and momentum, and I was wrong. I was completely wrong.
Yeah, I've been waiting for C.J. Stroud to look like a rookie quarterback now for 19 weeks, and we did not see it. We did not see it yesterday. Texans only saw on Saturday. The Texans only scored 10 points, and you're really C.J. Stroud didn't have a tremendous game, but you can't really put it all on his shoulders. They were just incapable of moving the ball against that Ravens defense. That is a really good defense.
Yeah, Singletary's been a big part of what they've done. They couldn't run the football
anywhere.
I mean, again, like
that offensive line has been such a big deal for the Texans. They really weren't getting it done.
Yeah, they got after Stroud a little bit, and then at some point, like, not having that guy, Nico Collins has been great, but they didn't really have that opportunity to say, hey, go make a play here and there. They didn't have that guy. It didn't happen. So, yeah, I think this is more on, I mean, Houston, what a season. They did what really nobody expected them except me. I thought they'd win all the way up to potentially 19 games because I had the over of their wins, so it could have been anywhere from 6 to 19, I will remind you. But, you know, at some point, you kind of felt like that was going to happen. And if anything, Baltimore, you have to feel even better about Baltimore because of what their defense did.
Yeah, the defense is just, it seems like it's built for the playoffs, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a tough defense. It's fast. It flies around the football. It's reliable. Bend, don't break.
Oh, yes, all of that. You know who I saw in this game? Dalvin Cook. Wasn't he a Jet?
There was a Dalvin Cook sighting.
Bro had a 19-yard run.
Well, you know why you were able to see him on that 19-yard run? Because he was running slow enough that you get full detail of his face as he passes by the camera.
That's fair.
But on the Baltimore Ravens case, you don't need to be a speedster.
You really don't.
You just need to hit that hole when it opens up.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Lamar, undeniable.
Yeah, it's good.
Didn't have like the hugest. Didn't have the biggest passing day, 16 of 22, 152 yards. I was looking at passing yards over under before the game. I think it was around 220 or 250. And I'm like, yeah, he's not getting 250. He's not going to have to throw that much.
You're right.
That's really how the team is built. He'll toss a touchdown or two like he did, 2 touchdowns.
Super efficient.
But like he also ran for 100 yards, scored 2. It's just, he's a cheat code, man.
Yeah, they were good. They were really good.
He's a straight up cheat code. I remember watching Lamar play the Jaguars. And like his time to throw was like 15 and a half minutes.
That's true.
Like the guy sits in the pocket collapses. He steps up in the pocket. The second pocket collapses. He steps outside of the pocket. Guys give chase. He spins, turns around, steps backwards. The whole time. He was doing it in the Texans game. There was one play in the Texans game. I want to say it was right before the half. The same thing that I'm just talking about happens. Pocket collapses. He steps up. That pocket collapses. He steps out, rolls to his right, looks downfield. I forget who's giving chase. We'll call him Will Anderson just because I don't remember.
Sounds good.
Tries to wrap him up one-handed. Lamar spins, almost gets out of it, is still looking downfield.
Yeah, it's crazy.
10 seconds later. Imagine if he had all-pro wide receivers. We've been saying that about his whole career, by the way.
Which they're better this year.
Much, but
I get it.
Like if you had A.J. Brown or Devonta Adams.
Yeah, there's no.
Holy smokes, you'd never catch in that team. Mm-hmm. Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, there'd be no chance.
He should have done that just to win the MVPs. It would have been Tyreek versus Lamar every year.
Yeah, that's true.
It would have been wild. Undeniable MVP performance for Lamar Jackson.
I would agree.
Has solidified it, not just over the season, not just to end the season, not just by beating the Niners by 150 points, but in the playoffs too. Lamar, the injury case, as Brent called him. Lamar, the quarterback that 31 teams said, no thanks. We like what we got.
That's crazy. It's
31
crazy
teams. 31 teams were like, nah, we don't want to give up 2 firsts for Lamar. We'd rather give it up for Bryce Young.
It's crazy to think about that actually happened. Isn't it?
Insanity. It's not like the guy is 32. I was screaming all this when it happened, but he's still a youngin'.
Yeah, it's wild.
He's a year older than you, Casey. What have you done with your life?
Hey.
Yeah?
Not much.
How many MVPs you got?
It depends.
On
what kind of MVPs we talking?
A football ones, Case.
What about most valuable producer?
Nope, you still got none of those as well.
Damn.
Has Lamar silenced the haters? Are the haters ready to say Lamar is deserving of the accolades?
Well, the MVP, absolutely. I don't think there's a question. I get it. That's all done, and we'll see what happens. But I think they had to win. He had to win this game, right? It's a team sport. I get it. If his defense would have gave it up, it still wouldn't have looked good. But that team in Houston, who nobody expected to be there, going to your house, you had to win that game. For the playoff wins you didn't have when you were a 1 seed, if we're talking about Lamar, to all the stuff that was talked about, as you just mentioned, a lot of it, saying that nobody would, or it's just true, nobody was going to give up those picks for some reason.
Or the guaranteed money.
Which
I'd happily give up as well.
The injury stuff, you're talking all that. But they had to win in the playoffs. That's what mattered. So that's why I think there's a common theme with a lot of these games, or at least 3 of them, that things had to happen. And I think Lamar had to win this game one way or another. It didn't matter if his defense gave up 86 or his defense gave up 2 or 3.
Let's hear what it sounded like when they gave up what they gave up. Here's a Lamar Tutty montage from the boys.
They fake it to Edwards, and now completed to Aguilar for the touchdown.
He's not a quarterback.
2 years in San Francisco, his first in Houston. He's watching Lamar Jackson take it in.
Unstoppable.
Touchdown Ravens.
Unstoppable.
It's now 2nd and 1. Jackson, end zone, likely for the touchdown.
Backup tight end.
Sure.
Jackson keeps Stanley in front of him. Touchdown, Lamar.
Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Glenn says the new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, made a big difference. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think he's the reason the Ravens are in the Super Bowl. I think it has a lot to do with Lamar as well. But just look at that offense the last couple of years. It felt like Lamar was dragging it, kicking and screaming forward. And now look at that offense. It's like a hot knife to butter.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no doubt that the offensive coordinator plays a big part, but like they go and draft a guy in the first round and he has a big season at the wide receiver position. Rashad Bateman is finally healthy, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you his numbers are fantastic. He made a couple of big plays throughout the season for them.
He does that, yeah.
Odell, it is what it is. He's made some plays.
$15 million
That's a lot. I
number
get it.
3 receiver numbers.
It hasn't been good yet, but watch him score 2 touchdowns in the AFC Championship.
I buy that.
You'll change your mind.
Like he's good to catch a touchdown whenever. He just hasn't.
I get that. And then you've got Isaiah Likely, who that just filling in for Mark Andrews like it's no problem. So the offensive coordinator has helped. Lamar taking his game just to that next level. Playing the disrespect card has helped. They're running the football like they always do. But I think the receivers, although, like you mentioned, not all pros, I think that has helped as well.
We talk a lot about Trevor Lawrence in this town, about how because he's good, he's got to make other players around him better. That's what great quarterbacks do. You can't look at what Lamar's doing in Baltimore and be like, he doesn't do this.
Oh, sure.
This is his entire resume. I make all of y'all better is all he should put down on there.
That's fair.
Because Rashad Bateman on the Jets, invisible. Invisible.
No, I don't disagree with that at all.
OBJ almost was a Jet this past year. I think he's flirting with them again this offseason.
Oh, jeez.
We'll see how that turns out. Lamar, though, he can turn him into something. One last note on that game before we move on. Time to throw. I mentioned it earlier with Lamar. Time to throw in the game for him. 3.37 seconds. You want to compare that for some context? Tua, I think, is at 2.1 or 2.2. Trevor's at like 2.3. Those are some of the fastest in the league. They're fast because their offensive lines are leaky. They have to get rid of the ball quickly. Not everyone who's fast is fast for that reason. But that's why they're fast. Lamar is slow. Not because his offensive line isn't leaky, which it's not, but because once the pocket collapses, he establishes 2 or 3 other spots.
Right.
He's never going to throw it if his first option is covered. He's not the guy. He can tuck and run. He gained 100 yards on Saturday.
Yep.
But he doesn't have to. For most of the season, for the season, this season, Lamar's new MVP season, his time to throw averaged 3.18 Ks. That's the longest since his rookie year when he kind of exclusively ran. Now he's throwing more than he ever has, and his time to throw is almost as long.
That's crazy.
To me, that's Todd Monken. That's Monk saying, it's okay to run around and not cross the line of scrimmage.
Create something.
Yeah.
Make something happen.
And he did, boy, this whole season. Most time to throw, 3.37 yesterday in Saturday's game. That's the most time to throw Lamar's had since what?
Oh, no. Don't tell me.
Week 15, Jacksonville.
Damn.
You want to know what that number was?
6.5.
I've told you 3.18 is the average for the season. I told you 3.37 in the game yesterday.
Sure.
Jacksonville, 3.83. It was rough. It was a rough game, guys. It was a tough one. Tough one to watch.
Gonna fix that next year with my boy Nielsen.
With your boy Ryan Nielsen, great grandson of Mateus Nielsen. The great television and ratings purveyor.
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
That's what I heard. Rumor has it.
Cool. I do think he is Leslie Nielsen's son, the great comedic actor from Airplane.
Really?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Let's move on to the Packers and the Niners before we hit the break.
I believe that because you said USC. Actors, Hollywood. Anyway, go on.
This game was kind of wild.
You know, it really was.
And then the whole time I'm like, here come the Packers on a Cinderella run that nobody saw coming. Aaron Rodgers basically with the same exact team last year. And all he did was grimace and frown and complain about his thumb. Jordan Love steps in after a 4-year bench break, a 4-year sit break.
That's fair. He was on the bench a while.
32 touchdowns.
Crazy.
And more in the postseason.
He was good.
Unbelievable.
He was good in the postseason. Did you ever feel like they were going to win the football game?
Against the Niners?
Yes.
I don't know.
They led most, if not the whole way until the end.
But by a small amount.
Yeah. But did you ever feel like they were actually going to close it out?
So if I'm being honest, no.
Same.
I didn't.
I just wasn't sure how the Niners were going to win it.
There are so many playmakers on the Niners. So many of them. Literally every offensive position can score an anytime touchdown on any given day. Like Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, McCaffrey is like the king. Like any of those guys are going to pay dirt.
I get it.
On any given play.
But the way that thing was playing out, and Purdy made some big throws early, middle of the game, he was nowhere to be found. And then towards the end, I'm like, they're going to have to run the football to win. But then they were running out of time to run the football. I'm like, you can't really just commit to the run here. So somewhere along the line, Purdy's going to have to make a play or two. He did. Great final drive. But
it took him a long time to get there.
It did. And I don't know. I don't know if we're doing Purdy right now, but
we can. I wasn't impressed with what I saw. I'm looking at Purdy and I'm looking at Dak's performance the other night, and I'm like, these are guys we called MVPs the whole year.
Fair, but I'm telling you, when I watched this, I thought more about Brady than ever with Purdy.
Interesting.
Because how many times do you see it with Brady? Early, they score. I mean, this happened in multiple Super Bowls, and in the middle of the game, nowhere to be found. But when it mattered, when they absolutely had to have it, Purdy makes two massive throws. One in the middle to Johnson, and then one on the outside. And I'm like, this is what Brady did. This is exactly what it was. They win this game.
Let's not meander too far from your comparison, Brady and Purdy, because I do want to get back to that. But obviously, Jordan Love didn't have a Jordan Love type game that we saw towards the end of the season when he was basically the most elite quarterback in the league, certainly working himself out to a new multi-year deal through his efforts. Didn't happen for him yesterday. Maybe his worst game of the year. Does it give you any doubt or recoil when talking about that long-term contract?
Not at all. Not at all. In that situation, he's had to earn everything, play his way into almost every game along the way. You go into Dallas, do what you did, you earned your money there. And then to go and have them exactly where you want them the whole time, the pick at the end was atrocious. I get it. It was terrible. But he had done everything right up until that point, a guy who hasn't really played football, like you said, in like 4 years. So this was a major, massive success for the Packers. You saw what he's capable of. You saw where he may be able to take you. Your team is young. Everybody, it feels like, but Aaron Jones is young on that offense. Your defense, a little bit older, but you have the guys. So I think after what happened in Dallas, it really didn't matter what happened in San Francisco. This dude was getting the bag. He played enough to, in my opinion, secure the bag.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure. He could have done, I think, way less, and people would have felt good in Green Bay about giving this kid $40 million.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
You really showed it. Packers seem like they skipped a step. We were talking about the Jags skipping a step last year.
Oh, they skipped a step.
How close are they? Like in an optimal, perfect world, what can you add, and how much do you need to add of it?
That's the thing.
They've got two great receivers when Christian Watson plays.
They've got plenty of receivers.
They got a great tight end in Musgrave.
Mm-hmm. Tucker Kraft's been good.
They've got a decent running back in Aaron Jones. Despite his age, he's had a great season.
That's the only question. He's getting older.
But he still had a great season.
He was hurt a little bit. So, do you...
Defense was really good.
Defense is good.
Is it the run it back syndrome for the Packers?
No, because here's the good news about that if you're a Packer fan. You can't run it back because look where the Lions are. Like in the Jags run it back scenario, you won the division. So you're not looking up at anybody in your division.
And you also didn't think anyone else was making the leap this year.
Right. In the Packer, you thought everybody else was down.
Yes.
Everybody drafted quarterbacks. In the Packer scenario, you're looking at the Lions who are still playing football. And it's like, well, what are we going to do to catch them? So I think you have to pick and choose your spots. But the interesting part of that is, what do you upset? Like, say an A.J. Brown were available and you wanted to go that route. Let's just say. Who are you taking out? Because all of
Christian
those
Watson. I don't even got to tell me twice. Had Christian Watson played this year and had a good year, I'd maybe be a little more confused about it. But the reality is he couldn't get right, couldn't get on the field. It's not the first time. Romeo Doubs proved that he is great.
Romeo Doubs is good. Jaden Reed was good. But
Was
then you
very
have
good.
Bo Melton, who's doing, like, do you have to do it, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I mean, you don't have to, but I don't think anyone's turning down the opportunity to take on A.J. Brown.
Hey, I don't know. Seems like there's a bit of a quitting behavior in Philadelphia. So I think you got to investigate that first.
All right. You do your investigation. I'll stroke the check.
Pause.
And my stroke is pretty.
Pause. That is terrible. Running back, maybe. Like if Saquon does become available, something like that.
Saquon on the Packers with that offense. Ooh, buddy, forget about Christian McCaffrey. We'll never say his name ever again.
Depth on defense, potentially. You got Jair Alexander, who's in and out consistently. But, I mean, I think they're in a perfect spot because you're watching the Lions still play.
Yeah.
So you have that extra juice to get better.
Well, you mentioned the Lions. Do we think the NFC North is now maybe the best division in football? Lions, possible Super Bowl hopeful.
Yeah.
Packers, another possible contender.
If Cousins comes back. Minnesota's good then.
With a quarterback.
If Cousins comes back,
Right.
I'm saying. And then, I don't know about the Bears. I mean, if they're keeping Fields.
I mean, even if they're not, they're drafting Caleb Williams. What's the expectation there?
I mean, I guess the answer to that question would be depends on how you feel about the Dallas-Philadelphia situation. Depends on how you feel about what the Bengals will look like when Burrow comes back and with Lamar.
Not just Burrow. Bengals are looking to get the cupboard rated. A lot of people not just looking at T. Higgins, but Tyler Boyd as well.
Cleveland. You love Cleveland.
Love Cleveland. Not Deshaun Watson Cleveland. But I can get behind a Joe Flacco Cleveland.
That's a good division.
No longer a factory of sadness.
How you feel about Buffalo, Miami? Not so good after probably yesterday, but
Yeah, they're terrible. And they're awful people. Everybody in that organization, both organizations.
Everybody?
Every single person.
That's wild.
When we come back, I do want to talk a little bit more about specifically Brock Purdy, his game against the Packers, and then Tom Brady, because you mentioned a really good point. I don't want to miss it. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes. It's Brent Friends on ESPN 690. Aaron Schachter and Kasey Kuhrts with you up until 6.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
Here we grow again. Terry Norvell here from the Young and Norvell Show, announcing our new expanded hours as we are now on weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's right. You now have a standing lunch date with me and my broadcast partner, former Gators basketball star and current SEC network analyst Patrick Young, every weekday for 2 solid hours from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on ESPN 690. You supply the lunch. We provide the most compelling sports talk in town. Find out for yourself weekdays 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Catch the Young and Norvell Show on ESPN 690.
Hi, I'm Mike Lester, the founder of Talon Wealth and the host of the Guarding Your Nest Egg radio show. Like you, I love this country, and I'm very thankful for those that protect us along with our freedoms. That's why for active military and active first responders, if you decide to work with us, Talon Wealth isn't going to charge you any advisor fees. We're happy to explain all the details, but most importantly, thank you for your service.
Visit guardingyournestegg.com to find out more.
Advisory services through Talon Private Wealth and SEC registered investment advisor. Lord license D056341.
You're all set with your Medicare prescriptions, Mrs. Brown.
This is not just low-cost copays at Walgreens.
I can actually help you set up 90-day refills if you want.
This is having a partner you can trust. Get low-cost copays, 90-day refills, and delivery from your neighborhood Walgreens. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
Restrictions apply. For details, see walgreens.com/pharmacy.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Jacksonville area attorneys. Offices in Jacksonville and by appointment only in Ponte Vedra Beach. Online at CordellCordell.com. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When it comes to protecting your family and your property, there's one name in the home security industry that has stood the test of time: SafeTouch Security. For decades, SafeTouch has been and continues to be the leader in home security systems, offering the latest technology at the lowest price. SafeTouch offers 5 layers of defense for your home, giving you peace of mind whether you're home or not. The SafeTouch Security Yard sign lets everyone know this house is protected. Then there's the SafeTouch Perimeter Guard cameras, the two-way communicators, and the crash and smash technology, all controlled with an integrated app which can be used anywhere there's internet. With SafeTouch, you're never home alone and never away from home. These are state-of-the-art systems that you would expect to pay hundreds for. But right now, SafeTouch is offering their once-a-year deal which can save you up to 50% on your security package. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license EF2000195.
Get deals on what you need during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Right now, save $250 when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch sliding miter saw and adjustable stand together. Plus, save $710 on an LG kitchen suite and earn 3 times the bonus points on all LG appliances. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 1/15 to 1/26. Subject to change.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
You don't even like your quarterback.
Kasey Kuhrts.
You don't even like your team.
And Aaron Schachter.
I don't even like myself, guys. Do you know me?
On Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Welcome back to Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Aaron Schachter is me. Kasey Kuhrts is him.
What's up?
We are here up until 6.
True.
Kasey, you here after 6? I believe you are.
I'm here.
Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton following Brent and Friends tonight from 6 to 7. I guess we're not doing a game tonight.
Oh, I haven't checked. Maybe.
Maybe.
Stay tuned.
We'll find out.
Or
it's like
will we?
Choose your own adventure, but the opposite. No one chooses the adventure.
Cool.
Oh, man. I am just suffering, man, from allergies. My eyes are itchy. My
look
nose
terrible.
is oh, I feel terrible, Case.
You just look awful.
Plane landed really late last night. I am going to go to sleep tonight at like 7:15 p.m.
Really?
Poor kids haven't seen me in days. Ain't going to happen today.
We'll see you tomorrow, children. I like that.
But you were mentioning Brock Purdy, man. Brock Purdy had his second worst game of his career against the Packers. We were just talking about the Packers' defense. It's fairly robust.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a guy we were calling MVP. You can't be considered an MVP if you're not showing up for your team when they need you in the playoffs.
For a full game. But I'm telling you, when it mattered the most, Buddy was there. But yes, as a 4-quarter football game, it was not the world's best showing.
Small sample size.
But in the first and the fourth, I thought he was good.
Do you still believe the way you had been believing?
I do.
He's shaking my confidence a little bit this year. Now, granted, he wasn't going to be undefeated for his career.
It was unlikely.
Last year, 7-0. You didn't know when it was going to end.
Yeah, it's unlikely that he was never going to lose. But, yeah, no, I'm still in. I think you can see it. I think it's there. I think, again, it still hasn't played a ton of football, right? You're talking like a year and what now? Not much. But I think you can see it with like the throw to Kittle. That's a big deal throw, moving right. I think you see it. Just the
big time run after the catch, too, if it's the same catch I'm thinking about.
No, the touchdown.
Down the sideline. Okay.
No, the touchdown that he dropped it in. But I think it's there. I really do. And you just need more time to develop it. But he's another guy that I thought had to win. Like I said, Lamar, I thought Lamar had to win. Purdy could not have lost that game at home and looked bad. If he doesn't have the fourth quarter drive, they lose. It's not good for Brock Purdy, I don't think. But he did what he did at the end. I thought he made the big throws at the end to win the game, and you're in a much better spot than you would have been.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady retired twice
Yep.
in the same offseason.
Do I think this is him?
But
Reincarnated?
there was a report that back in May, before the football season started, Brady was rethinking retirement for somebody. I think a lot of people assumed that was the Raiders because he was talking about being maybe a part owner.
Yep.
And people thought maybe he could like raise a little bit of equity in the team by playing for the team, selling some merch, getting some season tickets out there. Check out this report from Jacksonville's favorite author, Mike Florio.
Oh, boy.
Last week, it was buried in a pretty long read from Nick Wagoner from ESPN.com. But Nick was talking to Brock Purdy about the season. Purdy told Wagoner that the 49ers wanted to sign Brady to be the starting quarterback in 2023, this past season.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the quote from the article. Early in the offseason, Niners coach Kyle Shanahan sat down with Purdy. He assured him that if he was healthy, because you remember he had that UCL surgery.
I do.
If he was healthy, he'd be the starter unless Brady wanted to play one more season for his hometown Niners. Purdy's quote. That meant so much to me. I remember him saying, if we can get Tom Brady, we're going to try and get him. And I was like, yeah, he's the GOAT. I get it. But something deep down inside of me was sort of like, dude, I just showed you that I can play well in this system. We're one game away from the Super Bowl. More than anything, I was like, okay, let's go. It's a decent way for Purdy to deal with the thought.
Bro was mad they were going to bring in Tom.
It does show you.
What do you mean I did it? We're 7-0.
It does show you the confidence of some of these guys. And like Purdy had earned, Purdy had earned that confidence going 7-0, coming out of nowhere, Mr. Irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
But still, Tom Brady. You're going to say that's my chair, sir?
Good thing it didn't work.
In 2020, Brady wanted to play for the Niners, and the Niners passed. Do you remember that? He ended up going to the Bucs.
It's wild.
But this time around, the Niners wanted Brady, and Brady passed.
Worked out for everybody.
Wonder if he was a little bit miffed still.
Tom didn't have to play this year. Purdy's good. It worked. Everything's fine.
But he did say he nearly unretired in May. So he was thinking about it. It's not like someone called and I didn't want anything to do with it. Nearly unretired sounds pretty close.
Good thing that didn't happen for the Niners.
Why?
I'm telling you, he's good. Purdy's good.
Okay, but
he needed that.
Brady's the GOAT. He could have thrown 45 touchdowns.
He wouldn't have. But Purdy needed that adversity, because you talk about 7-0 or whatever. He basically was front running the whole way.
Yeah.
Except when he came in for the hurt Jimmy G the first time, he had to throw two tutties to get them back in the lead. I think he needed that adversity against Green Bay at home, kind of the weight of the world there, makes the big time plays, they win. Now what do you do with it? But I think if you're going to develop him and to be that dude, the franchise quarterback, it doesn't just happen, right? If Brock Purdy was the greatest thing ever to ever live, probably would have been the last pick. You need to develop some of these things. I think this moment makes him better.
This is great insight right there. I love that. It's like a puzzle piece you put together.
Thank you.
We'll get more of that insight on the other side of the Sports Center. Brent Friends coming up once again, ESPN 690 right after the break.
Pool, watch some football, eat wings, and, of course, plenty of adult beverages. Perfect Rack Billiards is the place to be on game day and every day. Now open for lunch at 11:30 on Friday and Saturdays. Daily specials like 75-cent Wing Wednesday, $3 Draft Thursday, and $3 Seltzer Saturday. Pool, darts, shuffleboard in a fun, clean atmosphere at Perfect Rack Billiards. It's your Jags game day headquarters. 10 wings and a pitcher for $20 and a free shot with every Jags touchdown. It's up to the Jags to score. It's up to you to have fun at Perfect Rack Billiards in Jacksonville.
Every child deserves the best teachers, facilities, and academic programs to set them up for success. At Milton Hershey School in Hershey, Pennsylvania, we make that a reality for children from qualifying families who are looking for greater opportunities. Milton Hershey School enrolls students from pre-K through 12th grade from across the United States to live and learn on a beautiful state-of-the-art campus with all costs covered. Are you looking to set your child up for success or know a child who could benefit from Milton Hershey School? Learn more at mhskids.org/admissions.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This year, I resolved to have a whole new view in life.
Nice. So what are we talking? New attitude? Maybe new glasses?
Nope. New windows and doors from American Window Products.
New view. I see what you did there.
They're Jacksonville's oldest family-owned replacement window and door company. Great prices, selection, professional installation. They look great, too. And you can save $250 off any entry door and free installation on 6 or more windows in January when you call 731-2247 or visit AmericanWindowProducts.com.
Thanks. I'll give them a look.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau. Check out Action Sports Jacks weekdays from 3 until 6 on ESPN 690.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. This just in. Cubs icon, Baseball Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg announced on Instagram he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer and has begun treatment. Detroit reached a deal with veteran tight end Zach Ertz, adding him as tight end Brock Wright is dealing with a forearm injury. Ertz expected to be elevated to the active roster for Sunday's NFC Championship game. If the Lions, a 7-point underdog per ESPN Bet, are to pull off the upset, their offense needs to do a couple of things, notes ESPN's Herm Edwards.
They want to run the ball to set up a play-action pass, and off the play-action pass, they want to throw the ball down the field vertically. St. Brown and the Reynolds. The secondary of the 49ers is outstanding. They leave their corners on islands, though. That's the problem. They're going to have a matchup against Lenore and Ward when they throw the ball down the field. Can their receivers win against the two corners of the 49ers?
More from Herm when he joins Freddie and Harry in 1 hour. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the 49ers consider it 50-50 as to whether receiver Deebo Samuel plays due to a left shoulder injury. Former Commanders coach Ron Rivera interviewing for the Eagles' defensive coordinator job.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday. I'll tell you the reason your team will and won't win the conference championship. It's unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Live from the Anajar and Levine studios, Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me. Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Kasey Kuhrts. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
And welcome to the 4 o'clock hour, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. My name is Aaron Schachter. With me, behind the glass, safely positioned in front of the board, out of my reach, my longing, sensitive reach, it's Kasey Kuhrts.
Hello.
Hi, Case.
Hey, buddy.
Why are you wearing a weird face? I'm not being weird.
It's the one I was given. This is what I got.
Resting weird face.
This is all I got, buddy. I've done the best I can with it. Clearly, it has not been enough.
Big news today in Jacksonville.
Really?
Reportedly, the Jaguars hiring a new defensive coordinator.
How about that?
Ryan Nielsen is reportedly the name. He coached the Atlanta Falcons defense this past year, the Saints for 6 years before that. The man specializes on the defensive line. That's where he played as a player, and that's what he coached as he worked his way up through the college and pro coaching ranks. He focuses on the pass rush. He focuses on stopping the run, and based on his history, loves to play man.
Sounds like they got what they need.
Not really a zone coverage kind of guy. But a lot of players love this dude, Case, and it seems like it might end up being a really good pick for the Jaguars.
I like it. It feels like it fits.
The rumor mill is turning.
Oh, boy.
I don't necessarily have to give credence to these rumors, but I've heard at least 3 or 4 rumors about Trent Baalke over the last week.
Have you?
Everything from power struggle to maybe he's going to hang up his GM cleats to all kinds of nonsense.
Wouldn't those just be shoes then?
No, GMs get cleats to walk around with, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Especially on the hardwood?
Yeah, it's the worst.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah, it's just not fun.
Are you buying the rumors, Case?
No, sir.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like just fake news?
Feels like fake news.
Yeah.
Who's out here quitting high-paying jobs for no reason?
Well, I mean, people walk away, but like, who's leaking the info is really my question. Whenever I see a report like that, I go, okay, who is the possible leaker here, and what benefit does it give them? Because you know it's not Trent. If Trent's thinking about quitting, he's not going to the press conference. I'm thinking about quitting.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Like the fan base would just seize on him.
Yeah, I'm not.
Start buying him Ubers every day.
Not much of a believer on that one, Aaron. But we'll see. I guess we'll see. But so far, Jaguars offseason, I think they may have got the defensive coordinator right. I know I like what they did. I see what they're trying to do. I see where they're trying to get better. It's a position that everybody was upset about all season, and what was thought to be a strength of the football team and stopping the run, which you couldn't do at the end of the season. So I've got no complaints right now, which is stunning. I usually complain about everything in life, just anything, everything. So
give it a couple of months, Case.
Oh, I will. I'll complain 100%. But today, I'm pretty happy today with what they did.
Yeah, I don't see why a Jags fan shouldn't be right now. For all intents and purposes, this guy sounds like he's a big up-and-comer. He's well-respected by players and coaches alike. Maybe you guys nailed it this time.
Maybe.
Time will tell.
Probably not because Jags, but maybe.
Former defensive coordinator Mike Caldwell also on the road this week. He's going to be interviewing with the Eagles.
Ooh.
Eagles also deciding to take a quick look at Ron Rivera.
Interesting.
Riverboat Ron getting an interview with the Eagles. And by the way, the Eagles desperately wanted to interview one Ryan Nielsen. Ryan said they're calling, but I ain't called back.
Oh, took a page out of Gino's book.
Little Gino action there.
Don't call back.
We heard reports last week about Bill Belichick that him and the Falcons were a done deal. As a matter of fact, Josina Anderson basically put her whole reputation on it.
How's that going?
She's like, barring some weird catastrophe in the paperwork, this is a done deal.
Has there been a catastrophe?
Not to my knowledge.
But there hasn't been any paperwork.
Well, according to the Falcons, they haven't decided yet.
Really?
Now, they have met with Belichick twice. They got that done quickly. Then the rumor mill began spinning that the reason McCarthy got to keep his job is because Jera apparently reached out to Belichick and found out he wouldn't be available. Now, whether that's because the hoodie doesn't want to coach in Dallas, or whether that's because the hoodie has already decided he's going to be coaching in Atlanta, you debate that.
Oh, you weren't here Friday.
What happened Friday?
The McCarthy stuff. That's why. You think they should have kept McCarthy?
Yeah. At this point, yeah.
Really?
With the exception of Vrabel, yes. I don't think the offense is getting better than it was. I really don't.
I wish you were here Friday. We would have been on the same page.
No, cool.
Brent was stunned that I wasn't calling for somebody's job.
Like, if you're not going to significantly upgrade to the best coach in the league, what are you doing?
Where are you going? Where are you going?
You got 12 wins last year.
Where are you going? That's exactly what I said, Aaron. Maybe you are good at this. I mean, there's no full evidence, but I'm just saying.
Apparently, this report is out today, Case.
Okay.
Multiple teams quietly considering a run at Belichick. Multiple teams. We heard last week it was a done deal with Atlanta.
Is this a report? Like, what is this?
This is a report from CBS.
Cool.
Multiple
I'm quietly
teams.
considering it, too. I'm going to make a run at him, see if he can work here.
You're basically not impressed with this report.
I'm not. Hey, we're going to go for Belichick if he wants to coach Clay High.
Cool.
Hey, I'm going to go for Belichick at Palmetto High School.
Multiple high schools reportedly interested in Bill Belichick.
Gators are going for him.
They should. That'd be an upgrade.
This is a terrible report.
Oh, the coach. I thought you meant at quarterback.
Yeah, they'll take him there. He's probably got eligibility. This is all right, man.
Multiple teams, including a team.
Oh, good.
That still has a head coach.
Really? Shocking.
You know what I thought when I read this report?
This is dumb.
I was like, are we sure that this wasn't like emailed to somebody at CBS a week and a half ago and they just read it today?
It's possible.
Because this report would have made a whole lot more sense a week and a half ago.
Like, who? First of all, if you're still in the playoffs, you're not firing your coach.
Fair. No playoff team is on this list.
And you have the list.
I have the assumed teams that are checking in on him.
Okay, so none of them, and they're all pretty secure. And then the teams that lost yesterday, the only one.
Don't say Tampa.
I'm not saying Tampa. I'm not considering Tampa. Green Bay is obviously out of the question. There's not going to be D'Amico Ryans. Buffalo. Because something has to change in Buffalo. Major changes in Buffalo because they can't do it. They can't beat them.
It is wild.
They can't do it.
And we'll get to that game in a second.
13 seconds left. Windy. They can't do it. It does not matter. They can't do it.
The ghost of Christmas past strikes again.
Okay.
In any case, Belichick, apparently the Panthers still looking. Chargers still looking.
I always forget the Panthers are a team.
Seahawks still looking. Titans, Commanders. It's all the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if the Titans fired Mike Vrabel and hired Bill Belichick?
I'd be furious.
It's the same guy.
I'd be so mad.
You just took a time machine forward.
Backward.
You're like, no, forward.
Forward.
You're like, you know what? We like the 50-something. Let's get the 70-something version.
That's a good call. And that I would be so mad. I don't think Belichick is going to or would turn the Titans into anything. It would just make me furious.
As for teams that still have their head coach who might still be interested in Belichick, I can only think of one.
Buffalo.
No, I was thinking of Philly.
It would have happened.
Right?
It's been a week.
Lurie came out in, I guess, some small support of Sirianni.
Pretty big support. He hasn't been fired.
Yet. But they are getting rid of the rest of the staff. It'll be interesting to see how that develops. But speaking of the Falcons, Belichick's already met with them twice. Jim Harbaugh meeting with them a second time today.
Okay.
So I think they are trying to show that they're not done yet. Also on the agenda for the Falcons this week, in-person meeting with Mike Vrabel. That's a name I kind of forget about sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
No one's really talking about Vrabel. He met with Seattle last week. The Falcons this week. Former Washington Commanders head coach Ron Rivera, like I said, interviewing for the Eagles job. Former Jaguars defensive coordinator Mike Caldwell, interviewing for the Eagles job. And then Eric Bieniemy, a guy it seems like who went on 7 or 8 interviews last year.
Yeah.
Who's not being talked about at all this cycle, at least by the media.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually interviewed by the Commanders last week.
It makes too much sense. But
for the Commanders?
That he would be interviewed by the Commanders.
Okay, interviewed. But here's what I'm saying. If the Raiders can already determine Antonio Pierce is the guy, why does it take so long for the Commanders to decide if it's Eric Bieniemy or not?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's tough if you're like new ownership with the Commanders and you've got these marquee names out there in coaching, like legends, and then also a dude that won Coach of the Year 2 years ago and somehow got fired from Tennessee. So I think it's harder to make that move without, I guess, fully investigating that when you're a new ownership group that's doing this for the first time. You know what I mean? Because you want to, if you can get a Vrabel or a Belichick, you probably want to investigate that to the fullest.
Sure.
I said this to Brent on Friday. Doesn't it feel like for Eric Bieniemy to finally get a job, it's going to have to be like a Carolina situation?
Yeah, it just seems like everyone says they want to interview him, but it doesn't seem like he ever gets an opportunity to be a coach.
That's what I'm saying. But Carolina's a spot where, let's be honest, it's not good.
No, as a matter of fact, Ben Johnson has officially taken his name out of the running.
Good, he should. So it feels like if Bieniemy's going to get an opportunity, it's going to be somewhere like a Washington where it's, been a disaster. Carolina where it is a disaster, which probably is not fair.
I got one major issue giving Bieniemy Carolina.
I've got a ton of major issues with it, but what do you got?
You've got a defensive coordinator there who was also interviewed like 7 times to be a head coach, is a highly sought-after candidate. You've already blocked him from talking to other teams. Like, if you're going to throw a coordinator on as a head coach, do it with the guys already in the organization. You know what you got.
Yeah.
Unless he's not head coach material, and then what are you doing?
I don't know. I just feel, I don't know. I feel like if I'm Carolina, I want a guy who is immediately going to make Bryce Young better. I think Eric Bieniemy does that.
Shout out to Matthew in the chat. Clay high till we die.
Yo, I heard Belichick's coming.
Congrats on your new head coach, Bill Belichick.
I heard there's a rumor that
it is a report.
There's a report that some unsuspecting teams are in, and I heard Clay High's one
allegedly
of them.
Clay High is in the conversation.
So look out for that, potentially.
Congrats, Matthew, on that one.
That'd be sick.
Let's get back to the playoffs.
Oh.
Because we left off, and we still got to talk about this Tampa-Detroit game.
And Chiefs-Bills.
I wanted nothing more than to see Tampa trounce Detroit in Detroit.
Why?
The only thing I could think about.
You're anti-Detroit right now.
The only thing I could think about when thinking about Detroit and being so happy about their football team is dumb Jeff Rigsden sitting in the press box being all bummed out.
I forgot about that guy.
Man, I hope he was unhappy with that game.
Why? They won.
I know.
I'm sure he's thrilled.
I'm sure.
Bro's getting to cover the NFC Championship.
You're not supposed to be happy, Jeff. I'm supposed to be unbiased.
I'm not happy for Jeff. I am happy for the Lions. Shout out the Lions, Aaron.
I'm just not into it.
You're the
and
worst.
I know, like it's a likable team. What's to hate on the Lions?
No, there is no hate. Maybe
Fun
Chauncey
offense.
Gardner-Johnson.
Dan Campbell's a fun. I like trash talkers.
I know. I like him. I'm just saying it feels like that's something that you could,
Fun team to watch. They throw the ball a ton. I love
Throw it a
Jahmyr
ton.
Gibbs. I had him in like 3 fantasy football teams.
Fastest man in America. There's
Amon
no doubt
Ross
in my
St.
mind.
Brown. Terribly underrated. I love
goat.
Amon Ross St. Brown.
What a route.
Montgomery's running like Jerome Betts.
Running people over.
Laporta, the best rookie tight end we've seen almost ever.
Bro has half a knee right now. He's running on half a knee, and he's getting 12 targets a game.
What's not to like?
Love him.
Still want the Tampa to destroy him.
That's just insane to me.
I ride with Baker Mayfield for good. Baker Mayfield could do almost no wrong as far as I'm concerned.
He threw a pick to end the game.
He did some wrong.
Shout out Baker, by the way. It wasn't great at the end of the game.
Can we hear what that sounds like, by the way?
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Baker, what did it sound like?
Here comes that pressure. Mayfield in the middle. It's intercepted. It's Derek Barnes. It's off to San Francisco for the Lions.
Keep your head up, Baker. It's all right. It happens. People throw interceptions, Casey.
They do. Just bad
That
times.
was the second one.
It's tough.
I didn't see everyone bummed out about the first one.
Well,
You pick and choose your spots.
Listen, Baker Mayfield, congratulations.
Went off this year, man.
You did it. You did what I didn't think you could do. I thought Kyle Trask was the guy. I was wrong because Baker Mayfield's about to get paid by the Bucs.
Baker's a dog. Baker is good. His teammates like Baker.
Yeah, it's going to work. I think he found a home.
He's like the Coke Zero version of Johnny Manziel.
Yo,
If Johnny Manziel is full on red Coke, 48 grams of sugar,
okay,
Baker Mayfield is Coke Zero.
0 grams of sugar?
You get some of that swag without all like the bad stuff in there. Like he actually watches film. He's actually there for his guys.
I still don't know if this is a good thing.
But he's got that swag.
Okay. So it's a good thing.
Baker Mayfield's the man. Mike Evans is the man. Killer game. Holy smokes.
They got to bring him back.
How? He told them no.
They got to bring him back.
He was like, your opportunity to sign me is over.
The Bucs don't, because it wasn't flashy how they, won their division. The Bucs do not get enough credit. There were people who thought they weren't going to win 1 or 2 times at most.
Yeah, this team was supposed to be one of the worst in the league.
They were top, according to the national outlets, top Caleb Williams sweepstakes runners.
Meanwhile, you and Brent were telling me how bad their defense is last 7 weeks of the season. They gave up the fewest points in the league.
They played well.
They put it together, except for the game against Detroit.
It didn't look good. Oh, yep, there goes Jahmyr Gibbs. Yep. Fast. Jahmyr Gibbs is fast, boy. So it was a good season.
Baker threw 2 picks, including the one that ended the game, but did he lose the game for the Bucs?
No, I don't feel like anybody lost the game for the Bucs. I think the Bucs got beat.
Because there was a back and forth for a while there, and then it felt like the Bucs kind of tripped first and couldn't keep up.
Yeah, but I think the Lions made plays.
I saw Mike Evans make a catch that I don't think I'm ever going to see again in my entire life.
Really?
Dude was like falling, lying down, levitating sideways.
The levitation was the
caught it in the crook of his elbow. Like lost visual on the football, still caught it.
Yeah, I just feel like the Lions beat them. Like I don't think the Bucs played bad. I think they made a couple of mistakes. Sure, Baker threw a couple of picks. That is what it is.
Baker missed a couple of throws even outside of those picks, like the fade to Evans in the end zone where he threw it short, and 1 or 2 of those picks. But I'm
not sitting here saying they would have won with a different quarterback. I just think the Lions outplayed him.
If you had to guess, Mike Evans, he's a Buck next year or no?
I don't think so.
A lot of people think he's going to Chicago. I guess he's got some connection to Chicago. I don't know if he's from there or not.
Interesting.
I know the Jets are interested.
Really?
I mean, any team should be.
Jags should be interested.
At 32 years old, you should not allow this man's age to affect you at all.
Nah. 3-year deal where he probably doesn't see the 3rd year. Good 2 more.
I mean, chances are even on that 3rd year, he's better than whatever you're going to have.
Maybe. Possibly.
Dude's a goat. Love Mike Evans.
So your hatred for the Lions, you think they can beat the Niners or what? You may hate them, that's fine, but they're good.
I think they're capable because they can score. But here's what you haven't seen from the Lions. You haven't seen the Lions get punched in the mouth and then keep running the race.
That's fair.
You've seen them falter. You've seen them sputter in the beginning of games, but not lose games, right? Like, that matters too. If you're going to be a good team, a Super Bowl hopeful, you got to be able to pull it together. but you haven't seen a good team go in there, punch him in the mouth like the Niners tend to do to everybody. And then Jared Goff just turns around and ends up playing a complete game. Until I see that, it's going to be hard to pick anyone against the Niners besides the Ravens.
Who do you trust more, Brock Purdy, Jared Goff? Game on the line, who would you want to have the football?
Jared Goff. He's been there before, playoffs and Super Bowl. He's more wily, veteran, might even be more talented.
Made some big-time throws yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think I could take Purdy over Jared Goff. What about this? Here's something to give you a little agita.
What?
Aiden, agita is a little heartburn.
Agita?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
I'll put it on the list.
I can't even begin to tell you how I would spell that.
Let me see you try.
Ajba? Is there a B or no?
Maybe. You want me to say it for you again? It's agita. Agita.
O-G?
It's a general feeling of uneasiness, discomfort, or anxiety.
O-G-I-B-A. No.
It's close enough.
Was it even close?
No, it's nowhere near close.
Is there an O at least?
It's A-G-I-D-A.
Are you serious?
Agita. A.
Damn.
Like aha. You don't spell aha, O-H-O.
That's true. You don't. All right, what do you got?
Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
His last 4 games case. 8 sacks. 31 pressures. Is Trayvon Walker ever going to be able to win the comparison? Because that's what it is. Trayvon Walker could have the best season we've ever seen from a football player ever. And if Aiden Hutchinson has one more sack than that, he still can't get no credit.
Here's the problem now. Dude is balling out in the playoffs. Nationally, bro's a star.
I will say this. Brent said this a week or two ago, and I wasn't ready to agree with him then, but I'll agree with him now. The man gets up for big games.
He's unblockable right now.
He is ridiculous. I watched him yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
I watched him yesterday. Some plays he's pulling triple swim moves.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He gets off his blocks with the first swim move, and then the double team closes on him. He pulls a second swim move to get on the outside of the double team. The guy comes back around the outside, pulls a triple to go inside. Still almost got Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, he's good.
He's slippery.
I said this to Brent on Friday. I believe it was off the air, and he was not thrilled when I told him this. I told him I was having a great time watching Aiden Hutchinson play football right now. Because it's fun. Like, he's good. There's no other way to put it. So nationally, the Jags will never, ever win that to the national media. But.
Okay, I'm with you. I like a but. Cannot lie.
I think what they did today is a step towards getting the best out of Trayvon Walker.
You believe this change that the Jags made today at defensive coordinator will bring about hand in the dirt 3 technique?
I don't know.
I know you hope.
I hope.
But do you think? He is a defensive line specialist.
I think it's possible. I think it's telling what they do and how they do it going into training camp, because with the resume that you're coming in with, if you are the new defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars, reportedly, you're getting the best out of your players on the defensive line. That's your specialty. So I think when you take the time and watch every play that Trayvon Walker's ever had, probably college and pro when you're getting settled in this job, and you figure out what you think the best spot for that football player is to play, we'll see what they do. But I think...
Don't you think they've done that already?
Well, I'm saying a new, fresh set of eyes on it. This is a guy that's never done it. I'm not talking about Doug Pederson. He's done it. They've done it, whatever. But I'm talking about defensively. When you put this new staff together, starting with the defensive coordinator, and who needs to be replaced, I know there are still some that are here. But I think once you do that, and they move forward with it, we'll see what they do. But I think you have to feel good with the qualifications, the resume coming in, that they're going to put this guy in the best position to succeed. Because you've got to, right? You've got to get the most out of this guy, whether it's on the edge, whether it's hand in the dirt, whatever. But when you've got a pass rushing, run stopping specialist as your defensive coordinator now, that to me screams we're going to get the best out of Trayvon Walker. And that's what has me a bit fired up today.
Yeah, when I saw this, I wasn't thinking as much as Trayvon as I was thinking guys like Roy Robertson Harris, DeJuan Smoot, and
That's fair. Devon Hamilton.
I think a guy like Ryan Nielsen can get from those guys what you needed from them to be complementary pieces to guys like Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker. And I'll tell you this, if they can get those guys kicking or even bring in another or have a new set of responsibilities for a guy like Devin Lloyd, I think that's a nasty, nasty defense. I got one more Tampa-Detroit question for you. Not too long ago, Detroit came off of TJ Hawkinson, sent him off to Minnesota. They essentially replaced him with Sam Laporta.
It worked.
Did they upgrade?
Ooh. Bro, this dude is not even a year in yet, and he looks damn good.
Here's his rookie year. 86 catches. 889 yards. Rookie tight end. 10 touchdowns.
They upgraded.
Hawkinson's rookie year, you interested?
Oh, absolutely.
32 catches.
Oh, damn.
367 yards, 2 touchdowns. Matter of fact, you know when the last year TJ Hawkinson scored 10 touchdowns was?
Don't tell me high school.
Had to be, because it wasn't college or the pros.
Wow.
You know when the last time TJ Hawkinson caused, how many did I say?
80-something.
86 balls was?
When was it, Aaron?
It was actually this year. He had 95 yards.
Okay.
But I mean, he's in his 4th or 5th year.
Right. So they won tenfold because he got a huge deal.
Hawkinson got the bag. He's the highest paid tight end.
There you go. So even if you didn't upgrade, which you might have, 1 year in, you might have, you won because you didn't have to pay that, and you're getting as good, if not better.
As we go to break, speaking of Detroit tight ends, a little insurance policy. Sam Laporta's knee is starting to hurt. He was unsure if he was going to play, but right before the game, the Lions ended up going out and signing Zach Ertz to the practice squad. They're looking to see if he can play this coming weekend. Their number 2 tight end, also a little bit banged up.
How about that? Zach Ertz trying to get a ring, whatever it takes. He's picking a team when there's only 4 left.
He's already got
a shot.
He's got a ring.
Yeah, might as well get another one.
You get a couple more.
What else are you doing? Lions, huh? How about it?
All right, when we come back, we will talk the biggest game of the weekend, Chiefs and Bills. And boy, was it a good one, man. Brent Friends back right after this.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
I'm Action News Jack's First Alert meteorologist Trevor Gibbs. Hope you're staying warm this morning. We've got temperatures that are starting off in the 30s and 40s, but rebounding very quickly today into the 60s with partly cloudy skies. And clouds continue tonight, lows dipping down only into the 50s, though, so quite a bit warmer. And then into the low 70s Tuesday afternoon. From the Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Trevor Gibbs.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, proud to offer a huge selection of both lab-grown and natural diamonds at the lowest prices guaranteed.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Start the year with a new or used vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC. New year, new truck. There are trucks, and then there's the truck. The GMC Sierra. I love mine, and you can save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierra 1500s and enjoy rates as low as 0.9% APR financing. Try a Terrain or Acadia with rates as low as 1.9% APR for well-qualified buyers. Used car? Well, try the Car Bravo program. Nimnick certifies all makes and models. NimnickBuickGMC.com or the showroom off Phillips Highway. GMC. We are professional grade.
Attention men and women. If you would like to get your hair back, then you need to listen to some of our clients. John in Orange Park.
IHRS showed me what was causing my hair loss and helped stop it.
Call IHRS now at 904-777-IHRS. Find out how to grow your hair back with a free hair and scalp examination. Mike from Bay Meadows.
I finally found the most experienced company who could restore my hair. Now I have hair where I had none before.
Results guaranteed. Diane from Ponte Vedra.
Now I have what lotions couldn't give me. Thick, beautiful hair.
Find out why you're losing your hair and how to grow your hair back. Call 904-777-IHRS for a limited time free hair and scalp examination.
Now my hair will grow for the rest of my life. Thanks, IHRS.
Thank you, IHRS.
Thanks, IHRS, for giving me my hair back.
Hurry, this free examination, normally $199, is yours for free and good only through Sunday. For your free examination, call IHRS at 904-777-IHRS. That's 904-777-4477. Call now.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Gun Show is back at the Maxwell Snyder Armory on Normandy Boulevard this Saturday and Sunday. Buy, sell, trade, and browse a huge selection of guns, knives, ammo, and more. Doors open at 9 a.m. $10 to enter. See you at the Gun Show.
Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank, non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. We know that at our home. You can find out as well. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and determine your water score. Don't know your water score? Well, CGC will find out and recommend the appropriate Connecticut water treatment solutions to improve it. The higher your water score, the better your water. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. That's 904-552-1242, cgcwater.com. Financing options are available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 143-2579.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690. Welcome back to Brent Friends on ESPN 690. I'm Aaron Schachter. With me is Kasey Kuhrts. If you miss any of the show, you can always go back and check it out. We stream live every day on all the social video platforms you know and love. You can go back and watch that. Or check out our podcast as long as we are uploading that.
YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch.
There it goes. Lots of ways for you guys to catch up with us. We appreciate you being along for the ride. Speaking of the ride, how about that Chiefs-Bills game?
Good one.
Good stuff. Made even better by the Bills' loss.
Even better, buddy.
27-24, 24-27, depending on who you're talking to.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Brent when I say it that way.
Nice.
I called before the season started that the Bills would regress this year. They kind of did.
Technically.
I mean, they ended up getting streaky again at the end there.
Yeah, what a disaster in Buffalo.
I think a lot of people thought they were going to be a Super Bowl hopeful. And then they weren't.
It's been 3 years of this.
And then they were again. What do you make of that?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what's worse. For them to have just had the disappointing season, because really they were one loss away from not making the playoffs, majority of the season. They kept winning, they kept fighting, all for this to then happen. So I'm not really sure what would have been better. If they would have just lost one more time in the regular season and not been able to get to this point, or have this extreme disappointment again to Kansas City at home when you were probably the better team.
This was interesting to me. You remember Josh Allen talking about how he had to cut down on design runs. He's going to end his career early.
I do. Bro just kept running.
But when the crap hits the fan, this is what the team goes to, whether it's Josh doing it or whether them play calling it.
It's their best player, man.
And it's the best play they've got. 3rd and short, 4th and short. It's such a high percentage run for them.
He's just a tank.
He ran the ball 12 times.
It feels about it like that, too.
12 times, 72 yards. He scored twice.
He did.
It was a Lamar-like day, with the exception of the fact Lamar ran less times for more yards.
Listen, Josh Allen, there's nothing more dude could have done.
I mean, 26 of 39 for 186, maybe a little bit more.
Well, here's what I'll say. Stephon Diggs catch the football.
Yeah. What is 8 targets for Stephon Diggs, by the way? I think he ended up with 3 catches. How many? 3 catches for 21 yards.
Well, the big play in the 4th, he was not interfered with. The defender didn't make contact with the football. Stephon Diggs went up and it went through his hands. That can't happen.
Well, let's slow it down and bring it back, because before we got to the 4th, there was a little bit of back and forth throughout the game, but very early on, there was a bit of foreshadowing from the broadcast booth. Case, I want you to go to BFGG with a little foreshadowing from Tony Romo. Let's hear this play.
Oh, boy.
1 of 3 last week. This one is good.
Oh, barely. It was Tyler Bass barely hitting a field goal early on.
Nope.
A little bit of foreshadowing for what would happen later in the game.
Why? What happened?
What happened later in the game was that Jim Nance jinxed Tyler Bass on the field goal.
Oh, boy.
But before we got there, a little bit of back and forth from the boys. Everyone doubting Kansas City's offense, Casey. They were able to score yesterday.
They were good.
Against a good Buffalo defense normally.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo able to score against a really good Kansas City defense.
Mm-hmm.
Did the offenses come to play? Did the defenses let their teams down? What would you say was happening?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say Kansas City on offense, they have to run the football. And they did that in moments. Pacheco was good, not great.
15 of 97 sounds pretty good to me with a touchdown.
He got the tough yards. There were a lot of 1- and 2-yard runs, but there were a couple that broke. Mahomes and Kelsey, that was pretty much all they needed throwing the football. MVS makes a play finally for you. Rashee Rice, hey, man, 3 yards, buddy.
You weren't the only one, by the way. Explain your 3 yards. Go ahead.
Bro ends the game with 47 yards.
Uh-huh. What was his number to get? Over, under,
Some
yards?
of us had an alt at 49.5. Hey, man. 2 catches in the first, 1 in the 4th. What a debacle, Aaron. But the point is, he didn't do much. All right? He had 47 yards and 3 catches. So
well, how about, he wasn't the only one who made it hard for bettors on the day. James Cook. James Cook's rushing yard line over under was 61.5 yards. He had 67 entering the 4th quarter. His next 4 carries went from -4,
no way,
-3, 0, and 1. He ended with 61.
That's tough.
Instead of 61.5. You had it. You had it by 6 going into the 4th.
There's a chance, and I don't know because I didn't do it. Hard Rock will usually wait if it's within 1 or 2 But when it gets up to like 5 over the number, they pay.
Close it, yeah.
So there's a chance they paid on those.
I have some parlays where they're like waiting till after the game to get the official count for me. I'm like, you don't got to be sticklers about it.
They do if it's close.
Just give me the cash.
But there's been times where it's been, I've got it early and then he goes backwards and I'm like, oh, you can't take it. I started withdrawing and I got so terrified. But
it's like when a company overpays you and you start withdrawing everything in your bank account. You ain't coming for this.
I closed this account. What are
You're
you
gonna
talking
have to
about?
take it out of my mattress, guys.
This thing doesn't exist anymore. But so Kansas City did that, and then Mahomes made the plays. On the Buffalo side, what's wild is they controlled the clock. Other than those runs, James Cook was good. They were physical.
It was a great offensive day for both teams.
It was.
You mentioned Kelsey. I got a little montage here of Kelsey's day. Mainly hitting pay dirt twice. Let's hear it.
On first down, fake the handoff, Pacheco. Drills it. There is Kelsey with A.J. Klein on him, and this is exactly on second down. Launch wide open. Kelsey has the touchdown. Gonna go to Kelsey. Got blockers out there trying to find an opening and a pylon. And they say touchdown.
Wow, touchdown. What an incredible individual effort by Kelsey.
6 targets, 5 catches, 75 yards, 2 entire touchdowns.
The craziest thing I've ever seen. I've been betting a long time. Most of my life. All right? Take that for what you will. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
They were giving you, in the playoffs, plus money for a Kelsey touchdown.
That's wild.
Isaiah Pacheco, minus 105. You would have thought it was Travis Kelsey. Plus 145 for Travis Kelsey? Score?
Do they watch football? Do they watch the Chiefs play?
This is the playoffs.
That's the safety blanket.
This isn't week 16, 17 against the Raiders. This is the playoffs.
Now, I will say this. If Vegas is looking at the stat line from this year, maybe they're onto something.
But this is the playoffs.
I think Kelsey only had 5 touchdowns this year.
This is Travis Kelsey in the playoff. Taylor Swift in the building. Jason Kelsey in the building.
There we go. That's something. Now we're getting to what I want to talk about here for a sec. Because, yes, Taylor Swift was in the building. But wait. Jason Kelsey.
Before Jason Kelsey, did you see when Travis Kelsey scores the first touchdown, he throws the heart at Taylor Swift?
That was at Taylor.
I assume.
I thought it was at his brother.
Can you believe that? Bro's throwing hearts to Taylor Swift on the field.
Listen, the same people who brought us the rumor about Trent walking away and the same people who brought us the rumor about Clay High School being in on Bill Belichick say that Kelsey and Taylor Swift are looking to get engaged.
Bro, how booed up do you have to be to flash a hand heart after scoring a touchdown in the playoffs? Bro is down horrendous. Dude is madly in love.
If I ever won not life-changing money in the lotto, enough money to do something cool.
I have absolutely no clue where this is going to go.
If I ever had that much money, I would use a lot of it into tricking you into thinking you have an opportunity to rack Taylor Swift at the airport. I would get a ton of child actors. I would get a bunch of TSA people, and they would all set up this thing where you're going there screaming for Taylor Swift, some lady in a blonde wig and sunglasses. Be showing yourself real open like that, yeah.
You would spend so much money. That's not, you can't get close to that.
Yeah, we'd all turn around and laugh and point.
I wouldn't be there, buddy.
Oh, you wouldn't be there. What?
Dog.
You racked the third extra in a bad movie at the airport. You're not going to go for Taylor Swift?
I can't explain to you how protected of a human Taylor Swift is.
Oh, I get it.
You can't get within zip codes other than at the game. This is go look up these videos. If you want to see how important or how, if you don't think Taylor Swift's important, I don't understand how this happens. They shut down full on sidewalks and streets for this girl to go into the recording studio. It is the most, look up the New York videos. It is the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. They don't do this kind of stuff for like McCartney. They do it for Taylor Swift.
They don't need to. McCartney doesn't have 8 billion people following him around anymore.
It is wild.
They used to do it for McCartney.
They did, but they don't anymore. So the idea is, you ain't getting me with that, buddy. The better shot would be to get me the third extra in some random movie because I would be like, all right, this is believable. They'll actually do it. Anyway.
Let's talk about Jason for a second because at some point, Jason pops off the shirt. He's chugging beers.
Yep.
He's doing the caveman thing. Yep. I think he got into an argument with some Bills players because he jumped down into the stands.
Well, that was a friendly thing.
Well, it ended up being a friendly beer chug thing, which is what the video showed. But if you watch multiple angles like I did,
you think there was beef?
You break down the video.
Okay.
I definitely think someone was getting lippy with Jason Kelce. And then, the professional football player standing 6'6", 285 comes down with his shirt off, and suddenly everyone's friends.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what I think happened.
And then there was a nice moment.
Hold on, before you get to the moment, because after he chugs the beer, he then gives a very intimidating, in someone's face scream.
Oh.
And I definitely don't think it was friendly. But then the sweetener happens, Case.
Is this when he...
Yeah.
The child?
Tell us.
Oh, okay. Jason Kelce, all-pro family member, right? Doesn't have the best track record with Jacksonville, but you know what? With Taylor Swift fans, he's on top because there he is just picking up somebody's kid randomly.
Who was holding a Taylor Swift sign.
Which I wouldn't recommend start picking up other people's children.
When you're Jason Kelce, you can pick up any kid you want.
Actually, that's if you look like Jason Kelce, you're a regular person, I wouldn't start picking up people's kids.
Who gonna check him, boo?
That's fair, actually. But just don't pick up people's kids.
Who is looking at Jason Kelce being like, put my kid down, Jason?
If someone that looked like Jason Kelce but wasn't Jason Kelce picked up your kid, how would you feel?
I'm getting in the car and trying to ram him with it.
Yeah. Okay. So don't pick up
Maybe
kids.
not the smartest thing to do because he's holding my kid when I'm ramming him with the car. Hopefully, you ram him at an angle that you turn the wheel a la Fast and Furious, pulling the e-brake, and you drift with the window open. You can catch the baby as you're turning and then drive off.
All right, Vin Diesel. But anyway.
Because it is all about family, Casey.
Taylor Swift got to meet this little kid.
Cares about Taylor Swift? We're talking about Jason Kelce here.
How about that?
Because here's what I think is happening.
I'm very intrigued.
You ever break up with somebody and then the boys are like, hey, come hang out with us. We're going to have a good time. And then maybe you're like, you know what? I'm feeling a little bit down. Just broke up with somebody. I'm going to go out and have a good time. And maybe you throw a little too many back.
Sure.
And then suddenly, by 9:30,
you're picking up people's kids.
9:30, your shirt's popped off at the bar. You're picking up people's kids. You're chugging beers with strangers on the sidewalk. I kind of feel like Jason Kelce was just slightly out of control yesterday because of his season ending, and he's thinking about retiring. And Travis is like, well, come enjoy. I still got football going on.
Yeah.
And he just kind of lost it a little bit.
Good for him. Good for him.
Just hanging out and partying.
Whatever it takes, man. Good for him.
Back to the game, Case, because I told you Jim Nantz jinxed the Buffalo Bills. So here we are, end of the game. Kansas City up by 3, 27-24. The Bills are in position to kick a field goal from roughly 40-something yards out, 44-ish yards out. I would like to hear...
I know.
You know the cut. I would like to hear this cut because Jim Nantz jinxes the Buffalo Bills. Let's hear it.
And now you got to bring out Bass. Sean McDermott, after his 1-for-3 performance last week, he has tremendous support in the building. If he has to make one for us, with the game on the line, he will.
Will he?
No.
Will he?
I remember this in real time. I was like, is he really saying this right now?
Jim Nantz basically double jinx, no backsies, penny taxis him.
Bro had no shot to make the kick after
he's
he said
like,
that.
oh, he's definitely going to make it, even though he's won for his last 3. The world believes in you. He's definitely missing at that point.
Yeah, you knew it was over.
Let's hear how it turned out.
44 yards, Bass. No, he doesn't make it. Wide right. The two most dreaded words in Buffalo have surfaced again.
All right, Nantz, here's the problem with your two most dreaded words in Buffalo surfacing again.
What you got?
You said it. It's not like it surfaced and like, oh, look what's returned. You dug it out of the closet.
That's fair.
You surfaced it. I don't mind it. I like seeing sadness in Buffalo. But you did it. Don't say it like it happened to Buffalo. You brought it to them. Do you know what he's referencing, Case, wide right?
I do not.
Oh, let me show you, man. It's the very next cut. This is the Super Bowl for the Bills against the Giants.
There's a snap.
Whoa.
There's a kick. It is up. It is no good. No one missed. 4 seconds left. The Giants have won Super Bowl 25.
This was back when the Bills couldn't sniff a Super Bowl win, but they sure could sniff a Super Bowl. Jack Buck on the call, Case.
Yeah.
That's Joe's dad.
Yeah.
And then there was a ticking clock in there for some reason. I couldn't find a cut without it.
Okay.
Sorry.
And also, by the way, wide right, very generous. It was nowhere close.
On the yesterday kick.
Yes.
But I'll tell you also a dumb reference because where did you hear Jack Buck say wide right?
He didn't actually.
Did not.
I wasn't going to bring that up. I thought you miscut it.
He didn't say it, Case.
Oh, he doesn't ever say it?
Not only does Jim Nantz jinx the Bills, not only does he make Tyler Bass feel terrible about missing the field goal wide right, he gives it a missed call.
That's terrible.
Awful job by Jim Nantz.
But it wasn't close. Tyler Bass, you weren't close. That was terrible.
He was taking it real hard after the game, too. You basically said, well, we lost because of me. Not necessarily true. You would have tied.
Not necessarily true.
You would have tied.
You would have lost on the coin flip. But
maybe.
Probably. It's Chiefs Bills. You would have lost on the coin flip. But it wasn't close, Aaron. He missed by stadiums. That thing took off right and was never coming back.
Let me get you some lightning round questions here. Are we back to backing KC until they lose, or was that all the gas they had left in the tank?
No, I've said this a lot on overtime, not a lot on this show. And the line is, I feel like we're doing this whole football thing just for the Chiefs to win the AFC and get back.
All right, so we're back behind the Chiefs until they lose. If Kelce was making more yardage plays, would you still think he's washed up? His catches are on par with the rest of his career.
Yeah, it feels like the big yards after catch play hasn't existed.
Only gone over 100 yards twice this season.
Yeah.
Where was either team's defense? Both teams known for good defenses this year.
I thought both teams were physical, offensively, defensively, not so much.
You could chew on this in the commercial break because I'm curious how you feel about it. Is Mahomes versus Allen now the best quarterback rivalry in all of football?
Do I have to wait?
You don't have to if you got an answer.
No.
You think it's Burrow-Mahomes?
Yeah.
Not much of a rivalry there.
Not much of a rivalry in this one.
No, they go back and forth in this one.
Not when it matters. Not in the playoffs.
That's fair.
Burrow wins in the playoffs. Mahomes wins this one in the playoffs.
Burrow just beats the Chiefs, period.
Yeah. Buffalo's a disaster. Big changes.
Big changes. Don't know where. Is it the head coach? Is it the wide receiver? Is it the offensive coordinator? All three?
I think two of the three.
We'll find out for sure this offseason. We'll be back after the Sports Center. It's Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet. Now open in St. Augustine.
From selling out of a back of a car to one of the biggest outfitters in the Southeast, Baker Sports is quite the story. And on a daily basis, they are helping you write your story with a high school name or sports team across a uniform and so much more. And now it's a one-stop shop with Baker Sports, carrying Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. They already make you look good, and now they can help you look better than ever. Baker Sports, custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team, and it's easy to do at bakersport.com.
Attention men and women. If you would like to get your hair back, then you need to listen to some of our clients. John in Orange Park.
IHRS showed me what was causing my hair loss and helped stop it.
Call IHRS now at 904-777-IHRS. Find out how to grow your hair back with a free hair and scalp examination. Mike from Bay Meadows.
I finally found the most experienced company who could restore my hair. Now I have hair where I had none before.
Results guaranteed. Diane from Ponte Vedra.
Now I have what lotions couldn't give me. Thick, beautiful hair.
Find out why you're losing your hair and how to grow your hair back. Call 904-777-IHRS for a limited time free hair and scalp examination.
Now my hair will grow for the rest of my life. Thanks, IHRS.
Thank you, IHRS.
Thanks, IHRS, for giving me my hair back.
Hurry, this free examination, normally $199, is yours for free and good only through Sunday. For your free examination, call IHRS at 904-777-IHRS. That's 904-777-4477. Call now.
Advisory services through Talon Private Wealth and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Lord License D056341.
On Guarding Your Nest Egg Radio, Mike Lester, founder of Talon Wealth, focuses on a key question many share. Do I have enough to retire?
For starters, we'll do the math for you. But to me, it's really more about lifestyle. I want to find out what's important to you. I want to find out what your expenses are. And then I'm going to give you a realistic expectation moving forward of how your money needs to be invested to accomplish your goals in retirement.
Get to know Mike at guardingyournestegg.com.
Discover how good your water can be with a new Kinetico softener and drinking water system. Kinetico's twin tank, non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. We know that at our home. You can find out as well. This month, you can get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Kinetico Premier Series softener. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and determine your water score. Don't know your water score? Well, CGC will find out and recommend the appropriate Kinetico water treatment solutions to improve it. The higher your water score, the better your water. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. That's 904-552-1242, cgcwater.com. Financing options are available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Florida license number CFC 143-2579.
Hey, boss, imagine life as a crook without Lester Jackson and Safe Touch security.
That would lower my stress levels.
No more two-way communicators or rapid response times.
Hey, get back to reality. We got the Crooks R Us golden rule. Stay away from Safe Touch houses. Some things never change.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson with Safe Touch Security System. No one beats our technology or our price.
Right now, get up to 50% off security packages during this once-a-year deal. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license EF2000195.
This message is sponsored by the Florida A&M University Medical Marijuana Education and Research Initiative, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Mary on Demand is live. Start your marijuana education journey today and learn more with Mary on Demand. Take the self-guided education series at your own pace. You'll decide what you'd like to learn and when. Visit mary.famu.edu to learn more. That's mmeri.famu.edu. Mary, educate, learn, talk.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The January weather has been fluctuating. Those temperatures dipping down in the evenings and mornings. Is your heating system safe to use? The team at Bold City Heating and Air specializes in system revitalization and optimizing your system so it runs safe and at peak efficiency. Schedule your winter system checkup for only $49 at boldcityac.com. Bold City Heating and Air can help you save hundreds of dollars on your energy bill, too. Get the checkup, save money, and make sure your AC unit is safe for all the weather conditions. Schedule online at boldcityac.com. Play a little pool, watch some football, eat wings, and, of course, plenty of adult beverages. Perfect Rack Billiards is the place to be on game day and every day. Now open for lunch at 11:30 on Friday and Saturdays. Daily specials like 75-cent Wing Wednesday, $3 Draft Thursday, and $3 Seltzer Saturday. Pool, darts, shuffleboard in a fun, clean atmosphere at Perfect Rack Billiards. It's your Jags game day headquarters. 10 wings and a pitcher for $20 and a free shot with every Jags touchdown. It's up to the Jags to score. It's up to you to have fun at Perfect Rack Billiards in Jacksonville.
Make a change for our next generation. Apply to become a mentor for at-risk youth in Jacksonville at the Malavia Washington Youth Foundation. Call 904-359-5437 for more information. Again, that's 904-359-KIDS.
Rich Jones here. Investing can be more about just filling a bank account. It's about having a secure retirement, protecting your family. Let DLP Capital help you to protect your why. Here's CEO and founder Don Wenner.
I started DLP Capital with an expectation that I could provide my family, my investors, my team members, and the families of my investors with awesome returns, limited volatility, and no losses, all while providing desperately needed affordable housing to the American workforce.
To get your investor's guide and learn more, dial **invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.com BrentFriends.net.
This year, I resolved to have a whole new view in life.
Nice. So what are we talking? New attitude? Maybe new glasses?
Nope. New windows and doors from American Window Products.
New view. I see what you did there.
They're Jacksonville's oldest family-owned replacement window and door company. Great prices, selection, professional installation. They look great too. And you can save $250 off any entry door and free installation on 6 or more windows in January when you call 731-2247 or visit AmericanWindowProducts.com.
Thanks. I'll give them a look.
The Florida sun is burning bright and coastal waters are sparkling. You need a boat. Come to the Jacksonville Boat Show, January 26th, 27th, and 28th at the Prime Osborne Convention Center. Don't miss killer deals on boats and accessories, plus fishing seminars, kids events, music, and fun. The Jacksonville Boat Show, presented by ViStar Credit Union. Tickets at boatjacks.com. That's boatjacks.com. Buy a boat.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Cubs icon, Baseball Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg announced on Instagram he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer and has begun treatment. Question marks surrounding the availability of 49ers receiver Deebo Samuel for Sunday's NFC Championship game against the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports San Francisco's giving him a 50-50 chance to play because of an injured shoulder. Pro Football Hall of Famer and First Take co-host Shannon Sharp.
For me, I don't see a scenario. I think they put medicine, Dio, you know this. I think they put medicine in. I don't think he practices this week, but I think they put medicine in that shoulder. Given the circumstance and the magnitude of this game, I don't see a scenario in which, unless that arm is falling off the bone, I don't see a scenario in which Deebo does not at least give it an opportunity or a chance to get himself into this ball game and play.
The Lions agreed to a contract with veteran tight end Zach Ertz. His addition comes after Detroit tight end Brock Wright sustained a forearm injury yesterday. Ertz likely will be elevated to the active roster for Sunday. Former Commanders coach Ron Rivera will interview for the Eagles' defensive coordinator job. NBA Celtics center Kristaps Porzingis out against the Mavs tonight due to knee soreness.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday. I'll tell you the reason your team will and won't win the conference championship. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Now, your chance to win $1,000 as ESPN 690 wants to pay your bills. Sponsored by the Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute, JOI, where the pros go.
Enter the word GLAD. That's GLAD at ESPN690.com by 15 past the hour.
Your next chance to win $1,000 and have ESPN 690 pay your bills happens tomorrow morning at 8. This is a nationwide contest. Message and data rates apply.
Live from the Anajar and Levine studios, Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me.
Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Kasey Kuhrts. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
And welcome to the 5 o'clock hour on Brent and Friends. Aaron Schachter and Kasey Kuhrts with you up until 6. Casey and Brian Middleton take over up until 7. And then Chip and Teresa, Casey's parents, come in and they're on the air until midnight. It's a family affair here.
Really?
They hadn't told you.
No, I thought they were on vacation, actually.
Not shocking. They didn't take you. Yeah, exactly.
Do your parents still take you on vacation?
They ask. They're like, hey, we enjoy spending time with you.
Really?
That's not true.
Okay.
Nobody enjoys spending time with me.
Hey, man. Sounds like you had a great trip.
Not even the listener. Welcome to it, Brent and Friends. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I'm a little bit tired.
Are you?
I'm a little tuckered out, Case.
You were napping at the T-gates at the ATL airport, huh?
I was not.
You didn't take a nap?
0 naps to be had.
You just sat there for hours?
I played a little PUBG on my phone while waiting for my flight.
You were there a long time, dude.
I was there a long time. I went to get some dinner. I played some PUBG, And then I sat and watched other people have conversations with each other. I did have a moment at the airport yesterday that was kind of fun. You might enjoy. Me and a couple of other passengers teamed up on an entitled person.
What happened?
You know what happens when it's time to board a flight? Everyone starts standing up and lining up in front of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, no one can get in for at least another 20 while they load the plane up. So I was taking a Delta flight.
Ooh.
Yeah, fancy guy.
Okay, Brent.
All right, fancy guy.
Okay, Brent.
Now, I'm not like Brent. I wasn't flying first or Comfort Plus at that point.
I bet you were Comfort Plus.
I mean, I might have upgraded, but I didn't buy the Comfort Plus ticket.
The upgrade.
So we're waiting online to get into the
Comfort Plus
to do our boarding pass and go past the turnstile.
So I can see why you're a fresher. You're one of the first people to get on. You're like, move, peasants.
No.
I'm Comfort Plus.
I'm not in a rush. I'm taking my turn. It's all good. Low stress.
At 2 a.m. You're like, come on.
This wasn't on the way home. Low stress. This was before that.
Okay.
And then I want to call her a lady, but she's probably young 20s. Walks up to she's not necessarily a lady. It's like a young woman.
Okay.
Young adult.
Cool.
A girl.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I feel like lady is more dignified.
Absolutely. You have to earn it.
So she kind of meanders over, not paying attention to any of us already standing there in the queue, as they like to say across the pond.
I think they say that here.
And she goes, "What section are they boarding?" And we tell her. They're in Sky Miles right now or whatever. And she goes, "Oh, okay." And then she steps in front of the lady in front of me. And I'm like, did this girl just cut this lady? And this lady turns around and looks at me, gives me the same look like, did this girl really just do this? And then we turn around to the people behind us, and they were like, this girl really just do this?
Okay.
And so the lady in front of me turns and she goes, "Excuse me." She goes, "You didn't even say excuse me or I'm sorry or do you mind if I step in here?" The girl goes, "Oh, I'm really sorry." And I looked at her and I go, "You don't look it. You look pretty happy with yourself right now cutting in line." And she goes, "Well, normally I'm like the first or the second on the plane." I was like, "Really? Congratulations." And then she walked to the back of the line. Stupid.
You got her.
Keep walking. Kick rocks.
Did she end up being a first class?
I don't know. I didn't see her when I got in. I was really hoping for it, too. I was going to give her one of those. How was the end of that line? Was that fun? Peasant. How dare she?
That's unbelievable.
Trying to cut the line, thinking she's more special than the rest of us.
Unacceptable, Aaron.
Unacceptable.
I'm glad you put her in her place.
Yeah.
You feel good about it?
Yes. Like, I wouldn't have had a problem with her had she asked. I'm being honest. Like, I just was not in the mood to beef with anybody yesterday. I was feeling good.
Yeah, who cares? We're all getting on. They're
Right?
not going to leave without me if I'm here.
Yeah, like, no one's leaving without you. It's like late in the day or whatever. I'm tired. I'm not. But as soon as she thought she was getting over on us, boy, did we all come together. Nothing brings a group of strangers together more than picking on one person.
Tomfoolery.
That's right.
Way to go, buddy.
Mike Caldwell might feel the same way as the fan base picked on him. Right. Scapegoated, some say.
They do say that.
Scapegoated as the reason the Jaguars couldn't make the playoffs. Mike Caldwell, former defensive coordinator for the Jacksonville Jaguars, let go, I guess, 2 weeks ago at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, reportedly today, the Jaguars have figured out who the next defensive coordinator might be.
Uh-huh. They have figured that out.
Excuse me while I die.
That's okay. I was wondering what was happening. I didn't know if that was it for you, but glad to know you're back in ready to talk Jags defensive coordinator.
For you, I'm still here, yes.
One more hour, buddy. We can.
Well, reportedly, the Jaguars have focused in on Ryan Nielsen.
Okay.
Former defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons, former defensive coordinator and assistant head coach of the New Orleans Saints. Cam Jordan, he's an acolyte of this man. Trey Hendrickson, another acolyte of this man, comes highly regarded throughout the league from players and coaches alike. Ryan Nielsen focuses on the defensive line. He played as a defensive lineman, coached the defensive line as a specialist before moving on to broader positions.
Did not get a game check in 2002 for the Eagles.
He was on the Eagles roster in 2002, did not play in a game. That is correct. His only year in the National Football League as a player. But he has been a coach for a little bit. I think a lot of people assumed, Case, that we were going to see a defensive coordinator come to town who was more of a familiar name.
Mm-hmm.
A la Leslie Frazier.
Sure.
Wink Martindale.
Absolutely.
Some people were dreaming on Mike Vrabel. Ron Rivera was another name that was tossed around.
I like this, though.
But Ryan Nielsen, tell me where you're at.
I'm with it. I think on the surface, it makes a lot of sense. We don't know necessarily what went into making the decision, but if you're just looking at it from the perspective that we're looking at it, a guy that excels with defensive line, rushing the passer, stopping the run, which is what the Jags told us they were built to be. They paid guys because they could stop the run, like a Devon Hamilton. They drafted a guy like Trayvon Walker because he can get after the quarterback but also can stop the run. And then you have the resume or the background of developing guys to get after the quarterback. So I think that part of it makes a ton of sense. I think when you look at what happened with Atlanta last year, the steps their defense took, the amount of times they got after the quarterback, the players that flourished in the system, I think it, projects well for like an Andre Sisco in the back end, if you look at what Jesse Bates did. If you look at my biggest part of this, what Trayvon Walker can be and what this guy may be able to get him to do, I think you have to be on board for it.
The Falcons' defense improved significantly in 2022 with Ryan Nielsen at the helm, Case.
Like the sound of that.
He finished in the top 10 in the NFL in passing. That was a sore spot for the Jaguars this past season.
Mm-hmm.
He finished in the top 10 in third down defense. Another sore spot for the Jaguars this season at times. And he finished in the top 10 in red zone defense. Really overperforming with that Atlanta defense. They were third in third down defense, 33.8%. Fourth in red zone defense, 45.3%. A little more interesting maybe to Jaguars fans might be to know and to note, the Falcons also doubled their sack total from last year to this year under the helm of Ryan Nielsen running that defense.
How about that?
From 21 to 42. And we took a look at the numbers on the Falcons case. You pointed out they got help from a lot of people.
They did. They did, yeah. I mean, when you talk about those numbers, you would think a guy like Grady Jarrett would be super involved. He was in and out with injury. Only 1.5 sacks contributed to what they did on defense and rushing the passer. Calais Campbell, who would have known? Led the team in sacks. Bud Dupree, know him. Tied team lead in sacks. So they got it from a lot of spots. Calais Campbell, some thought career was, weren't even sure he was going to play football last year. Visited here with the Jags.
Yeah, he was fighting for snaps.
Goes out there, leads their team in sacks. So they got multiple sacks from corners and safeties. They got it from all over. So that Atlanta defense was good. They took a big step. They kept Atlanta in a lot of games when Desmond Ridder couldn't score them points, to be real with you. So I think there's a lot to buy in here. And usually I'm not happy about anything. I feel like they've done something today that I'm happy about.
Here's another stat or number you should know about Ryan Nielsen, the new reported defensive coordinator for the Jacksonville Jaguars. When he was running Atlanta's defense last year, he played the highest percentage of man coverage in the entire NFL. 63.8% of defensive snaps, he had the Falcons in man-to-man. That's per ESPN stats and information. As you know, the Jaguars like to play almost exclusively as a zone defense. Mm-hmm. What do you foresee happening here? Do you think we're going to have a situation where we need to rebuild the roster a little bit, or do you think we've got a situation where maybe Ryan could be a little bit flexible with the guys he's got on the team and his scheme and making them work with each other?
It feels like you're probably going to have to bring in a piece, maybe multiple pieces.
Or three.
Potentially. It feels like you might have to do some stuff there. You got to figure out what you're doing with Darius Williams first off. And if that answer is he's no longer here, then you got to find a dude that can play man-to-man. Because Tyson, you're not really sure where that lives, I don't think. I don't know how you could be. You've seen it look good, and last year you saw it look bad. Whether he was healthy or not, we can all feel some type of way about that. Some think he was healthier than he was. Some don't think that. So the first thing you got to figure out is Darius Williams. And then you got to, if you're a defensive staff that's coming in, figure out what's going on with Tyson Campbell. And if he's a part of it, if he's a player that a lot of us think he is, or if maybe wasn't hurt as we thought, right? So you've got to figure that out.
Man, that would be depressing if we all come to realize that Tyson isn't necessarily the player we thought he was. That'd be a big blow to the team.
It would. And I don't necessarily think that's the case, but they got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because, again, you're now entering territory where the way things go in the NFL right now, they can't really afford to be wrong.
Sleek in the chat says Calais Campbell coming back on veteran minimum for his last season before he retires, LOL. I actually suggested that last year, Sleek. I thought the Jags should bring him back for a year and then quickly throw him in the Ring of Honor, despite him only being on the team for, 3 years for his career?
It makes a little bit of sense, right? Coming off this staff he was with in Atlanta. He bought into whatever they were selling in Atlanta. They said it was Desmond Ridder. I don't know if that was true or not. But Calais had a good year. So if he decides to continue playing football, maybe. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But again, Calais Campbell's the type of guy where nobody's mad if they bring Calais. Like, everyone's thrilled. There's a borderline parade.
James says, God bless everyone. As an Eagles fan, I see the Jags and the Birds mirror each other this season. Fire the defensive coordinator, tank it all at the end of the season, and the coach ends up staying. Do you see any other parallels between these two teams? I really don't. I really think they're in very different places. You got an Eagles team that's fairly aged on the defense. You do have a couple of young go-getters you've been able to draft in recent years, but you're going to have to do a fairly broad restructure of that secondary, if not more, maybe even at linebacker for the Eagles this offseason. Meanwhile, on offense, you've got guys in their prime, elite, if not near elite players there. I don't think these teams match up really at all outside of those two factors.
The collapse.
Just the collapse and the DC stuff.
Yeah, not really.
I mean, they both underperformed, I guess.
Yeah. Two teams that I don't know why you wouldn't want your head coach, right? They're talking about Sirianni up there. I can't imagine getting rid of that. And here in Jacksonville, as it stands right now, I can't imagine getting rid of Doug Pederson. So, I mean, there are a few similarities, but I think mostly teams in different spots. But both did underachieve and both did have pretty epic collapses.
Looking at the Jaguars' defensive depth chart, you feel like Tyson Campbell back no matter what, Andre Sisco back no matter what, Trayvon Walker back no matter what, Josh Allen, I can't say no matter what because he needs a contract, but it's as close as no matter what as you're going to get.
Barring they get outpaid by...
I don't think there is an outpaid on this one.
I don't think there is either.
Like, I don't see them spending 30 to keep Josh, but I think if, hypothetically, if Vegas does a Vegas thing here and, like, does some wacky thing where they're going to throw a boatload of money at somebody, I think the Jags end up working it out with Josh in a different way.
Hopefully.
Deferment or whatever have you.
I hope you're right, but I think there is a scenario.
Outside of that, though, be interested to see what you think is happening here. You got Roy Robertson Harris, Foley Fatukasi, guys like Devin Lloyd. What's going to happen with him? Darius Williams. What's going to happen with him? Trey Herndon, Rayshawn Jenkins. Even guys like Antonio Johnson, you know they're going to be back, but in what capacity?
Yeah, I think Foley's gone. Haven't seen anything really in 2 years.
Right? And you spent some significant money there.
Roy Robertson Harris, you'd have to pay to go away, so I don't think that's happening. Devon Hamilton, another guy that you just signed, it was pretty much a lost season for Devon Hamilton, not giving up. So I think that is set. Smoot's a question mark. A guy like Chaseon's a question mark.
Can you afford to move on from Smoot with a guy like Yasir Abdullah and waiting in the wings?
Maybe. I would say maybe, but you didn't have him active.
Yeah, you don't really know what you got.
Right. So I thought he's an athlete. I think you can buy into it a little bit, but if you're not even active on game days for the majority of the season, what am I buying into? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Smoot's a tough call. I think Jenkins is a tough call because you know what you got.
Let's stick for a second with Jenkins, Williams, and Herndon.
Okay.
Is there anyone on the team you're graduating into a starting role if you got to move on from any of those guys?
Antonio Johnson. And then
are you putting him in the slot corner, nickel corner spot where Trey is, or are you putting him on the outs like?
I don't know. It's how do you feel about Gregory Jr.?
Not as great as I feel about Antonio Johnson.
Well, then I think if you're answering the question, Antonio Johnson's your slot corner.
For me.
Because I think Gregory Jr. could be that guy.
I'd feel a whole lot better if they went out and got a veteran free agent to help that secondary with some veteran presence. I mean, you think about the guys that are on that secondary, you're losing older. I mean, they're not old, but Tyson Campbell's still a young pup in the game. Andre Sisco's still very young. Antonio Johnson just coming off his rookie season. Like, you need some veteran leadership back there.
They're going to have whatever they do at the other outside corner, if you're playing mostly man, it has to be a home run, in my opinion, because if it's Darius Williams and you make that decision when you get your staff in here and you're ready to make those moves, right? If it's Darius Williams, you have to be right in this system. And if it's not Darius Williams, well, then you got to go find somebody else that's going to do it. And that's where I think the veteran part comes in. I don't think you're drafting a dude and putting him as your other outside corner. I don't think that's a possibility right now. Later in the draft, develop that guy, sure. But I think whoever's opposite Tyson, whether it's Darius or elsewhere, has to be a veteran. It has to be a dude that can just straight up play man with people, which is, harder to find than I'm making it sound.
Fire God says Antonio Johnson should be our starting strong safety, obviously occupied in the moment by Rayshon Jenkins, but some people believe Rayshon may not have the opportunity to come back next year.
Yeah, I can see that. Antonio Johnson was good when he was out there. You didn't see a lot of it. You still do have Wingard.
If you had to choose,
I assume, so.
If you had to choose one of the three to stay with, factoring in money, age, leadership, and role, who are you choosing to keep? Rayshon Jenkins, Darius Williams, Trey Herndon.
Oh.
Because my instinct is Rayshon Jenkins, but then I go, he's the only one you could probably replace today.
You can with Antonio Johnson. I guess I would say Darius Williams.
I'd keep Darius Williams as well.
Because you just don't know what else. You don't know what the other option is. Like the unknown is scary.
But you do know what you got in Darius Williams. I mean, you know what the floor is because you saw it, and you know what the ceiling is because you think you saw that too.
That's fair. Now, you may potentially in this defense be able to upgrade depending on what's available, but you don't know that to be the case. Antonio Johnson, I hesitate to say but you have a guy that goes in and you save whatever the number is, $7 to $10 million immediately. And you can use that money elsewhere because you're not sure where you live at receiver. I think you need 3 offensive linemen in the middle. So
you're buying them in free agency or you don't care where they come from?
The linemen? Ideally, I'm buying them. I'm not fired up about drafting guard second or third round and hoping he's good.
Steven on Facebook says, doesn't Trey Herndon struggle in man coverage?
In the past, yeah.
Might be
it's a speed thing, mostly.
A not great sign for a coach who loves to run man.
Right. I would agree with that.
Jags Forever says, I hope this guy turns, this guy being the new reported defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, I hope this guy turns Trayvon Walker into absolute top 10 pass rusher.
Yeah, I think that's the goal. It has to be the goal.
I mean, it would be the goal for anybody. We know he specializes on defensive line.
That's why I love this. I've said that a couple times, but that's why I'm bought into this, because it feels like you are taking a part of your team that, outside of Josh Allen and Trayvon last year, has underperformed for a while. And you're bringing in the leader of your defense, the guy that's calling, making decisions, to beef that up, but also taking your 2 best guys and making them that much better. So not only are you helping your weakness, but you're taking Josh, if you bring him back and re-sign him, which you should, and Trayvon, and probably taking them to the next level while bringing the rest of your defensive line up with you. So that's why I feel like this is a home run. Now, you've got to, again, figure out the other corner. You got to figure out your back end in total. And then where Devin Lloyd fits in here is a big part of this too. And that's why I think Oluwakin's back here. You don't even consider saving money there because you're still not sure what Devin Lloyd is. And maybe this makes Devin Lloyd better to bring him on more blitzes because they refused to do that for the most part last year. Maybe this opens that up, frees his game up a little bit, starts making more plays.
Doodle Dad in the chat. Great name, by the way. It's very masculine. Doodle Dad in the chat says the Jags need to go after Christian Wilkins. Oh, boy. Now, I'll tell you what. You bring Christian Wilkins to this team, it's a vastly different looking defense.
I can't imagine you can afford that.
No, especially because they're just going to tag him anyway. But that is a big-time addition to the defense. Now you're putting someone in the middle who's capable of not just stopping the run but getting after the quarterback. Now you're taking pressure off of Josh Allen. Now you're taking pressure off of Trayvon Walker. You're going to have 3 to 5 guys in the backfield of whoever we're playing against every play.
Who's catching passes from Trevor Lawrence? Who's blocking Trevor Lawrence, actually? Let's start there.
Well, run it back, Case. Don't worry about it.
There is no run it. There is no scenario where they run it back on the offensive line. And if they do,
you can't say there's no scenario.
There better not be a scenario where they run it back on the offensive line.
I wish I could tell you who texted me this. They didn't leave their name, but I'll read you the comment.
What you got?
They're not happy with the Ryan Nielsen hire. They go,
Really?
bad hire. Look at who the Falcons played last year. That's how he got his stats. So if you're curious, I have pulled up their schedule.
What you got?
The Falcons won against the Panthers.
Ugh.
The Falcons won against the Packers early on, 25-24.
Okay.
The Falcons won against the Texans.
It's a big win.
21-19. Falcons won a big win with a great quarterback. Falcons won against the Bucks.
Playoff team.
So
that's 3 of 4 playoff teams.
Falcons won against the Saints. Falcons, Saints in-division rival.
I know.
Falcons won against the Jets.
Not that tough.
You say not that tough. They only threw for 104 yards and they won the game. A little tough. Falcons won against the Colts. Late stage Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. Playoff team.
They won that game 10-29.
Nice. Jeez.
So they do
Well, they
have,
did.
I mean, they did have a couple of decent wins. I'm not subscribing to that theory. I don't think the Falcons were just some pushovers on defense this year. I don't think they were able to cakewalk through their schedule. And I think it shows at the fact that you didn't know who was winning that division until very late in the year. It was contested.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I like it. You don't have to.
They had no offense on that team.
They had none. That was the thing. None. That Jets game was like what? 13-10, something like that?
Yeah, 13-8, 13-10, 13-9.
That's terrible. There was like 2 safeties in that game or something.
Love Jets safeties. That was the best play of the year for the Jets. Eagles got tush push. Jets get safeties.
I wouldn't be happy about that.
They don't get touchdowns.
So, listen, you don't have to like it. I'm not going to, you feel how you want to feel when it comes to the Jags. But I think there's stuff to buy in here with this hire. I really do.
Yeah, Fire God says, bring on the Clemsonville Jaguars with Christian Wilkins. Man, I can get all the way behind that one. Love Christian Wilkins.
They can figure out how to pay bro like $46. Because otherwise, I don't know.
Why not pay him near the top? Why not?
Because you can't.
Sure. Salary cap's just a figment. They figure it out.
Signing bonus of $90 million, salary of league minimum.
Just defer it. Give him the Bonilla plan.
That'd be wild. They go to Shad. Hey, I have an idea.
Give him the Ohtani plan.
$90 million signing bonus.
Look, Christian, we'll give you a $90 million signing bonus and you own half of the Iceman.
Trevor's like, what? What do I get?
Like, Trev, we got a whole soccer team coming your way, Trev. Don't worry about it.
It's true.
You start paying dudes in franchises.
Like, what do you need?
Like, Shad will just buy him.
It's wild.
I saw something. You want to talk about wild? Who was it? It was Warren Buffett. If Warren Buffett took his money and decided to just buy every single NFL team at their current market value, he'd still have money left over. Billions.
Really?
Yes.
That's terrifying.
Wouldn't you want to do that if you were the richest guy in the world?
Isn't that terrifying if you think about it?
Of course.
Bro could just buy Earth.
Meanwhile, he's giving it all away.
Shout out to him.
But if I could buy every NFL team, I would.
For sure.
I absolutely would.
I'd try to buy the Earth.
And then I take cities I don't like, and I make sure I get the people who run the Las Vegas A's to run that team. You're running a bunch of football teams now.
That would be terrible.
Hey, I got some fun stuff when we come back, Case. There was a story about Jimmy Butler making a country album. My guy says he's already got 60 songs.
Oh, boy.
We'll talk about it when we come back. Brent and Friends, ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
I'm Action News Jack's First Alert meteorologist Trevor Gibbs. Warmer temperatures tonight compared to the last few nights, only into the 50s by early Tuesday morning with partly to mostly cloudy skies continuing. Cloud cover sticks around for Tuesday with a lot of dry time, and aside from a brief shower, it's just very warm with high temperatures in the lower to mid 70s. From the Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Trevor Gibbs.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, proud to offer a huge selection of both lab-grown and natural diamonds at the lowest prices guaranteed.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar.
Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
Main office, Jacksonville.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
If you're experiencing domestic violence, Hubbard House is here for you. Access life-saving, life-changing resources by calling 904-354-3114.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Play a little pool, watch some football, eat wings, and, of course, plenty of adult beverages. Perfect Rack Billiards is the place to be on game day and every day. Now open for lunch at 11:30 on Friday and Saturdays. Daily specials like 75-cent Wing Wednesday, $3 Draft Thursday, and $3 Seltzer Saturday. Pool, darts, shuffleboard in a fun, clean atmosphere at Perfect Rack Billiards. It's your Jags game day headquarters. 10 wings and a pitcher for $20 and a free shot with every Jags touchdown. It's up to the Jags to score. It's up to you to have fun at Perfect Rack Billiards in Jacksonville.
The Gun Show is back at the Maxwell Snyder Armory on Normandy Boulevard this Saturday and Sunday. Buy, sell, trade, and browse a huge selection of guns, knives, ammo, and more. Doors open at 9 a.m. $10 to enter. See you at the Gun Show.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to anyone that texts EXPERT to 200-300. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part? Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text EXPERT to 200-300. That's EXPERT to 200-300.
Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. We know that at our home. You can find out as well. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and determine your water score. Don't know your water score? Well, CGC will find out and recommend the appropriate Connecticut water treatment solutions to improve it. The higher your water score, the better your water. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. That's 904-552-1242, cgcwater.com. Financing options are available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 143-2579.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service.
just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Welcome back to Brent Friends on ESPN 690. I am Aaron Schachter. With me is Kasey Kuhrts.
Hey.
Brent Martineau away on assignment. He will be back tomorrow.
Really?
Yes.
You must not have got the email.
Brent is not coming back tomorrow.
24-hour tease.
Another rhino injury?
No.
Tragic case of athlete's foot?
I heard the rhino thing may be coming back, though. So.
Did he meet up with Bearson somewhere?
Bearson.
Only the OGs remember Bearson.
Bearson, that was awesome. One of the better moments of the show.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Did you hear about Jimmy Butler and this country album he's talking about?
I did not. No, I was unaware that Jimmy Butler made country music.
Apparently, Jimmy Butler's been really hard at work on his own musical endeavor for over a year. He's been working a long time on this album.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler... Would you say he's weird?
Different?
He's definitely unique.
Definitely different.
Weird? No. One of my favorite all-time non-sports video of a sports person is Jimmy Butler awkwardly singing Nickelback in his living room to television cameras.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh,
I think you showed
it's
this
so
to
good.
me.
I did
think you
show
showed
it
this
to you.
to me.
So good. Because you can tell he's a fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jimmy's different.
He's a little bit different.
He's a killer in the playoffs, though, boy.
Jimmy says he's got 60 songs ready to go on an album. 60?
That's a lot. That's not just like a, hey, I'm going to goof around.
Oh, you think that's a lot? It's nowhere near his ultimate goal for the album.
Which is?
200 songs.
What's the biggest album ever put out? Not like
a quadruple album box set?
Most songs on an album ever.
Like most albums will have 10 to 15 songs on them. So if you're talking 60, chances are you're already up there at the biggest album ever.
According to whatever site this is, the Guinness Book of World Records, Mark Christopher Lee and the Pocket Gods.
Love the Pocket Gods.
Have an album with 1,000 songs on it.
This isn't real.
Guinness Book of World Records.
I understand you're reading real words. I'm saying those probably aren't songs, though, right?
Probably like 2 seconds.
It's probably like a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that's fair.
I used to listen. I didn't really listen to them, but there was a funny band when I was growing up called Stormtroopers of Death.
Really?
Yeah. And what they would do is they would find someone, a famous person who recently died, and they would do a song dedicated to them, like the Ballad of Jimi Hendrix, where they basically play an opening riff to a Jimi Hendrix song and then just say you're dead. It kind of wears out after the first or second time you hear it.
I have bad news.
Oh.
I was continuing to try to dig deep into this album thing.
Okay.
And I clicked on a website that things popped up on the computer that I'm almost guaranteed I shouldn't have clicked on.
Oh.
So
that was the last time we heard of Kasey Kuhrts.
Yep. If I'm not here tomorrow, that's what happened. But anyway,
200 songs on the album. That's where we were.
That's insane.
But get this, he doesn't want to be the singer. He doesn't want to be up front.
What does he want to do?
I was like, I wonder if he's a musician. I guess he wants to remain behind the scenes as a writer and a producer. So my guy isn't even like singing these songs. He's just writing song after song after song, making it rain music in his living room. Maybe he's got a little garage band on his iPad or something.
Probably.
He actually just shared a new track with Breland on social media.
Okay.
The hook was pretty good.
Oh, you're in. You're into the Jimmy Butler country album.
I didn't grab it. I don't know if you can while I'm talking, but it might be worth just listening to the hook. Jimmy Butler and Breland. It's on his Instagram account. But I was like, you know what? Like, I don't listen to country music, really. But this sounds like the rest of it. It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. Love for country music was unexpected for Butler. In fact, it started as a joke. Back in 2021, he shared that he began listening to country music during his pregame warm-ups. He said he did it to mess with reporters and other players who'd always ask him what's playing on his headphones. You know, Jimmy, you don't have to actually listen to the thing you said you're listening to as the joke. You could just tell somebody you're listening to something and it be a joke. You don't actually have to listen, but he did. He Googled the best country songs. Tim McGraw's Don't Take the Girl was at the top of the search results.
Okay.
You like that song?
Yeah.
Never heard it.
Really?
No. When it comes to country music, I don't know much. The one that sticks out in my head is She Thinks My Tractor's Sexy.
Oh, yeah.
That's a real song.
Really turns her on.
That's a real song.
Yep.
That's wild. Doesn't that sound like a punchline to you?
Yeah, I guess. I like it, though.
He ended up going with it, and it reminded me of all the artists in the past who have done something like this. All the artists in the past years who were athletes first, but they just weren't happy enough. This happens sometimes, man. You get an athlete, and they're like, you know, I enjoy my life as an athlete, but you know what I really want to be? I want to be a singer.
Okay.
Or an actor.
Uh-huh.
I feel like LeBron did this with acting.
Yeah.
Few of these movies where LeBron really wanted to try and, like, act.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is when you're 6'8", you can't be an actor.
Hey, don't tell Shaq.
Well,
He was in Grown Ups.
He was in a bunch of things, including Shazam, I think, wasn't he? Not Shazam. He was in a genie movie. What was it called? Kazam?
What?
You don't know?
No.
Was Kazam a real movie?
I don't think
so. Or am
so.
I just imagining this? Kazam, 1996 film starring Shaquille O'Neal, yeah.
I was born in 97. I missed it.
In any case, Shaq also wanted to be a hip-hop star. Thank you, YB, in the chat. It was Kazam.
DJ Diesel?
DJ Diesel.
Is that what you're talking about?
Shaq Fu. He teamed up with the Fu-Schnickens. Now, I know you don't know the Fu-Schnickens. They're a 90s hip-hop group.
I got nothing.
But the Fu-Schnickens were awesome.
Were they?
They were dope. Lash Move? I ain't got nothing to prove. Oh, look, I'm wearing the shirt for it today, man. 90s hip-hop. This dude on the Fu-Schnickens would hiccup and sneeze mid-verse, mid-bars.
What?
Mid-bars.
That's insane.
Dude, he was awesome.
Wow.
Shaq teamed up with those guys to make a song, What's Up, Doc? Can we rock? Here's a little clip. That's Shaq.
This is Shaq?
Woo! Come on. Can we rock? That's Shaq Diesel.
Huh.
I'm not Christian Laettner or Alonzo Mourning.
That was wild. Shaq was spitting a little bit.
Shaq's got bars.
Okay.
But sometimes people do that, and then artists go, all right, well, if Shaq can do it, I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Enter Deion Sanders.
Oh, no. This is trash. This is trash. This is not good.
You bring that down for a second.
This is terrible, huh?
Here's the thing with this Deion track. He starts off with like spoken word. It wasn't technically rap. It was really spoken word. But it's before he starts singing. So you're like, all right, maybe there's potential here. But then he does something to his voice. I'm going to ask you to play it again in a second. He does something to his voice. I think it's a choice he makes. Like he's doing it on purpose, where he's like dragging on the words, not really. Let's hear it again. Let me hear what he did here.
Oh, that is terrible.
You think that's bad? Let me tell you, man, it's not as bad as the next thing you're going to hear.
Oh, no. I'm intrigued by this.
So here's another guy who is an athlete who wanted to not only be an actor.
Really?
But also a singer.
I'm hoping country.
And that's Terry Bradshaw. And you will be happy to know that the song we're about to play is a country song, but it's not like cool country.
I didn't think it would be.
It's very much your grandfather's country song.
Well, Terry's old.
I believe it's called Down on the Bayou. This was actually from a television appearance. I will say this.
Oh, boy.
Terry's got a decent voice. It's okay. It's not Deion Sanders bad. It's okay. But the song is so awful terrible. I'll let you hear it for yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
Goodbye, Joe. Me gotta go. Me oh my. Oh.
Me oh my.
Yeah, me gotta go. Pull the T-road down the bayou. Yeah, my E-bomb, the sweetest one. Me oh my. Oh.
It's Terry Bradshaw.
Hey, son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun.
And the bayou.
This is about what I expected.
Yeah.
But it's actually, he doesn't have a terrible voice.
Right?
This could work if the lyrics didn't suck.
But here's the thing. He's the kind of voice where, like, sure, you should, like, sing to your kids. But, like, getting on national TV, and back in the 70s, national TV was like a floor of 25 million people are watching you.
That was not
You're
good.
like, I'm so good at singing in country music. I'm going to go ahead and share this with the world. They need to see this. Not quite.
Not good.
Did you know Antonio Brown put out an album?
I do, and I'm terrified.
Multiple albums. Here's the I'm kind of on the fence on this one.
We checked, right? The lyrics.
The words?
Yeah.
I did. But I mean, Kasey, you're a professional. If Antonio Kuhrts just hit that dump button, it's no big deal. But Antonio Brown has a bunch of songs on YouTube. This, I think, was the big single.
This was the one right here.
The Pit, Not the Palace, or something like that, talking about his upbringing.
This is the one that made him, not the football.
Oh,
This
you think
song
it's the
right here.
music?
This song right here is what
So
made
basically, the timeline goes like this. Antonio Brown becomes a big-time wide receiver and then decides it's not enough. And then one offseason, I saw Le'Veon Bell does a rap album.
Okay.
And then very soon after that, his teammate Antonio Brown hit the studio. I'm kind of curious if they use the same studio. Could you imagine being that studio producer, seeing the walking cash bags of Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown coming from a mile away?
That'd be kind of crazy.
You're like, you guys sound great. We should do a triple album. A couple more sessions. We'll get this one down.
Exactly.
Hey, let's do another take, Antonio. Oh, don't worry about your time. No big deal.
It's a good call.
Keep the clock running.
Keep it rolling.
Listen to this clip from Antonio Brown.
Oh, boy.
I'm from the pit, not the palace. I gotta run it, style it. Hit on the gas, make it growl it. Jump in the coupe with no mileage. Came from the struggle. I had to hustle. Get out the muscle.
This ain't bad.
This is no tussle. I
Don't be fooled.
I get the beat. I make it
Because I think what you're reacting to, see, that was me doing some edits right there, okay? See, I caught the curse for you. Here's the problem. The beat is good. The beat's fire.
Beat's great. The lyrics are terrible.
Yeah, the lyrics are terrible.
Not a lot of rhythm either.
I mean, forget rhythm, not a lot of words. Guy's not using much of his real estate at all.
Yeah, the beat is dope. Whoever made
Beat's
that
great.
is good.
It's fire.
It's a good beat.
So you need a different lead guy in there.
Yeah.
But all of this.
Yeah, that would have done well for like Kendrick Lamar.
Right.
Yeah. Not so much AB.
But anytime I talk about any athlete grabbing a microphone and singing,
oh no,
you got to go back to the OG case. You got to go back to the OG. I think you saw this name on the paper and you didn't know who it was. Is that correct?
I know who it is. I've never heard this.
The name is Carl Lewis.
I know Carl Lewis.
Gold medal winner.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Lewis can sing.
Really?
In real life, Carl Lewis can sing.
Okay.
Carl Lewis was asked by my, at the time, New York Nets, even though they're from Jersey.
Weren't they the New Jersey Nets at the time?
Yes, but no one considers them a Jersey team.
Okay.
At the Nets, the time had asked Carl Lewis to come to the game and sing the national anthem.
Okay.
Couple of problems here. Number one, Carl Lewis thinks this is about him.
Okay.
So rather than just, and now, ladies and gentlemen, stand while Carl Lewis sings the national anthem, Carl wants to say a few words on the microphone before we kick it off.
Okay.
He wants to get the crowd hyped a little bit.
For the national anthem.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go to cut one, which is his intro.
Are we ready? It's always good to be back in Jersey. How about some Nets?
Yay.
Can't go wrong with how about the
They're
Nets.
booing him a little bit.
I didn't hear any boos here. All right, are we all ready?
Yep.
We've been ready.
Here we go.
Here we go. Uh-huh.
Can you see?
All right, so that's where we're at right now.
Should I take my hat off?
That sounded like it could be okay, right?
I'm decently annoyed if I'm there. Like, let's get on with it.
Because he's taking too long.
Bro can sing.
He really is making it about himself, though, is he not?
Yeah, bro.
He's on the first word of the song.
He's on the first sound.
He's already turned it into like a 12-syllable run.
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine where this is going to go.
Okay, here we go. So let's play the second part.
For the ramparts we watch.
All right.
We're so gallantly streaming.
Bring it home, Carl. Come on.
And the rockets.
Oh, boy.
Oh, what happened? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. The bumpers singing it. Gave proof through the night.
Hurry up. Run through it.
That a black was still
You found it. You found it.
Hold on.
I'll make up for it now.
See? Because they're booing him, Case.
Can't boo him.
Welcome to my hometown. You're singing the national anthem. You're putting it all on the line. You're not a singer. You're an athlete.
That's tough.
And you're still getting booed.
There's probably no coming back from that.
I wanted to see Drazen Petrovic, not Carl Lewis. I wanted Kenny Anderson and Derek Coleman and Jason Williams, not Carl Lewis.
Carl's still singing.
Getting booed while singing.
That was tough.
The man stops the national anthem to go, all right, guys.
It'll get better.
He goes, it'll get better. Stay with me.
Holy cow.
So I don't know if you realize this, but at the end of the national anthem, it doesn't get easier, it gets harder.
Yeah, there's some big notes at the end.
Yeah. So let's see how Carl handles this last part with the big notes.
Come on, Carl.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner get waved?
He feels it coming.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Oh,
For
no.
the land,
Try it again.
for the land of the free.
That's a better choice. Okay. He took the low road.
And the home of the
Sure. Bring it home, Carl.
How about that? He's still going.
He's still going. It's all about Carl.
What's he saying now? He's still singing.
Still singing. Casey.
Okay, Carl. We interrupt the rendition.
All right, we got to go, Carl.
He goes, we interrupt the rendition of the national anthem for some basketball. They were all annoyed with him.
Wow.
Carl Lewis really making it about himself, but he kind of pulled it out.
Yeah, not bad.
I love that he had to stop in the middle and go, hold on, guys.
Hold on.
It gets better. He knows the crowd. He knows it very well.
Bro. Wow.
Savage.
I had no idea this happened. I'm this years old and I had no clue.
I love the fact that he feels the run up to it and then he puts it in neutral, slides down the mountain a little bit and comes back up and drive.
That's wild.
You know, he takes a step back. He goes, no, we're going for it. It's almost like on American Ninja Warrior. You ever watch that show?
I have.
At the end where they got to go basically up that vertical wall or the
Yes.
vertical wall.
Yes.
Sometimes you start running up, you go, wait, no, this isn't the right angle. You go back a little bit and then you come at it again. That's what Carl did with the song.
Yeah.
But then he got there and he was like, these tires ain't going to climb this mountain.
They are not.
Poor Carl Lewis. Gold medal, man.
Hey, to bring it full circle, Jimmy Butler.
Look, he's got a voice. Is this the new song?
Yeah.
This is Breland.
I don't know who's singing here, but it's not terrible.
Breland is singing. Jimmy wrote the song.
Oh. How about that?
So maybe Jimmy's like a big-time music producer now.
How about that?
Time will tell.
That works.
Jimmy Butler's a weird cat, but I'm here for it. And if it means that we can play more Carl Lewis singing the national anthem, I got some great suggestions in the chat for other terrible national anthems or athletes turned artists. I don't mind doing this all the time. We should do this every week for the rest of our lives that we're on this radio show together. That'll be fun.
So, right here.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. We should get Fergie. You remember the Fergie one?
We should get Fergie. I don't even know what we do once we got her.
Play the national anthem from Fergie.
Okay, I'll take it.
All-Star game.
I'll take it.
It's pretty bad.
Love me some Fergie, Case. Great artist.
That's wild.
Black Eyed Peas, right?
Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
Big Girls Don't Cry.
Yeah, London Bridge.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. London Bridge. That's wild that you would cite that, but yeah. No, that's it.
Okay. How come every time? My London Bridge.
It's going down. Yeah.
All right. I think we're coming back, Case, are we? Or are we out of time?
No, sir.
We're
we are
outta
not
here.
coming back. This
I
is
would
it.
like to apologize to the audience. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. I promise I'll get some sleep tonight. Maybe we'll do half as good a show tomorrow.
Unlikely. Brent's back.
Thank you so much for listening to Brent Friends. I'm Aaron Schachter. With me, Kasey Kuhrts. Overtime up next from 6 to 7 right here on ESPN 690.
With stores in San Marco, Avondale, and the shops of Ponte Vedra, Underwoods is the longest-standing member of the American Gem Society in the state of Florida. Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
Here we grow again. Terry Norvell here from the Young and Norvell Show, announcing our new expanded hours as we are now on weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's right. You now have a standing lunch date with me and my broadcast partner, former Gators basketball star and current SEC network analyst Patrick Young, every weekday for 2 solid hours from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on ESPN 690. You supply the lunch. We provide the most compelling sports talk in town. Find out for yourself weekdays 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Catch the Young and Norvell Show on ESPN 690.
Life is about making decisions, and right now you can make the decision to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain that you feel. Do it for the rest of 2024. Do it for the rest of your life. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees, your shoulder, your back, your hips. Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative non-surgical pain relief. Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again, get your life back. And hey, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now and call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation, 904-274-5522, 904-274-5522 in Mandarin and Ponte Vedra. The future of pain treatments has arrived, and QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients. You can be the next one. 904-274-5522, a free consultation with QC Kinetics.
Rich Jones here. If you're an investor who's interested in doing well while doing good, getting solid returns on your investments while making a positive impact, consider investment funds with DLP Capital. Here's Don Winter, CEO of DLP Real Estate Capital, to tell you more.
With the current housing shortage in the U.S., investing in real estate, especially workforce housing, is one of the safest and most reliable places to invest. We invest in affordable housing for hardworking people and generate amazing returns for each of our investors.
To get your investor's guide and find out more, dial ** invest from your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. We know that at our home. You can find out as well. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and determine your water score. Don't know your water score? Well, CGC will find out and recommend the appropriate Connecticut water treatment solutions to improve it. The higher your water score, the better your water. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. That's 904-552-1242, cgcwater.com. Financing options are available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1432579.
Here's Ben and John Lupo, owners of Beards Diamonds.
It's funny, my dad has sold people engagement rings, and now I'm selling their kids engagement rings and anniversary gifts and birthday gifts.
We're blessed with the relationships we've built over the years.
Check out our full inventory at beardsdiamonds.com.
Beards Diamonds in the St. John's Town Center.
The January weather has been fluctuating, those temperatures dipping down in the evenings and mornings. Is your heating system safe to use? The team at Bold City Heating and Air specializes in system revitalization and optimizing your system so it runs safe and at peak efficiency. Schedule your winter system checkup for only $49 at boldcityac.com. Bold City Heating and Air can help you save hundreds of dollars on your energy bill, too. Get the checkup, save money, and make sure your AC unit is safe for all the weather conditions. Schedule online at boldcityac.com.
With stores in San Marco, Avondale, and the shops of Ponte Vedra, Underwoods has been serving excellence in Florida since 1928.
Start the year with a new or used vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC. New year, new truck. There are trucks, and then there's the truck, the GMC Sierra. I love mine, and you can save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierra 1500s and enjoy rates as low as 0.9% APR financing. Try a Terrain or Acadia with rates as low as 1.9% APR for well-qualified buyers. Used car? Well, try the Car Bravo program. Nimnick certifies all makes and models. NimnickBuickGMC.com or the showroom off Phillips Highway. GMC. We are professional grade.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Play a little pool, watch some football, eat wings, and, of course, plenty of adult beverages. Perfect Rack Billiards is the place to be on game day and every day. Now open for lunch at 11:30 on Friday and Saturdays. Daily specials like 75-cent Wing Wednesday, $3 Draft Thursday, and $3 Seltzer Saturday. Pool, darts, shuffleboard in a fun, clean atmosphere at Perfect Rack Billiards. It's your Jags game day headquarters. 10 wings and a pitcher for $20 and a free shot with every Jags touchdown. It's up to the Jags to score. It's up to you to have fun at Perfect Rack Billiards in Jacksonville.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. This just in. Imaging did not show another break in the injured shoulder of 49ers receiver Deebo Samuel, giving him a chance to play in the NFC Championship game versus the Lions on Sunday. Detroit did reach a deal with veteran tight end Zach Ertz, adding him as tight end Brock Wright is dealing with a forearm injury. Ertz expected to be elevated to the active roster for Sunday. If the Lions, a 7-point underdog per ESPN bet, are to pull off the upset, their offense needs to do a couple of things, notes ESPN's Herm Edwards.
They want to run the ball and set up the play-action pass, and off the play-action pass, they want to throw the ball down the field vertical. St. Brown and the Reynolds. The secondary of the 49ers is outstanding. They leave their corners on islands, though. That's the problem. They're going to have a matchup against Lenore and Ward when they throw the ball down the field. Can their receivers win against the two corners of the 49ers?
Former Commanders coach Ron Rivera is interviewing for the Eagles defensive coordinator position. Cubs icon, Baseball Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg announced on Instagram he has been diagnosed with prostate cancer and has begun treatment.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. August 29th, Daly's Place. With special guests, Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. A great night of incredible rock.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast. With a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Shop the Beaches Green Market this and every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Penman Park on Penman Road for fresh local fruits and vegetables, plants, meats, eggs, baked goods, honey, wellness products, and so much more. EBT cards welcome. DigLocal.org for more info.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
Those 4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, we have served our nation as a force in readiness. From combat operations to humanitarian assistance in every corner of the world. No matter where the mission takes us today, or wherever our country needs us tomorrow, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for each other, for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve. Not on my watch, they say, as they leave their families behind to keep the rest of ours safe. As they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve, the therapists they need to walk again, the treatment they need to talk again, the lifetime of day-to-day help they need to live full and independent lives. When there's no more government funding, or a nursing home seems like the only option, or everyone says there's no hope for recovery, we won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Find out how you can do your part at findwwp.org.
Hello, it's me, the designer jeans in your closet. The back of your closet. What am I doing here? Would you keep caviar in the back of your fridge with the ketchup and old milk? Yeah, I don't think so. So, what happened to us? I mean, have you seen my label? I used to summer in the Hamptons, and now I'm stuck behind a pair of sweats. Sure, I never really fit you quite right, and one of my pockets is so small you can't even squeeze your hand into it. But it's all about the look. And I look good. I need to get back out on the scene so I can be seen. You know, going to fancy parties, getting expensive iced coffees, Sunday fun days, okay? So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create new jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Wow, that sounds beautiful.
Dad, I'm performing at school Thursday night. You're coming, right?
Of course.
Promise? Do you pinky promise?
Yes, I promise.
You promise to love your children and be there for them. It's very important that you get a blood test for hepatitis B so you can take care of yourself and protect your family. Hepatitis B is common among Asian Americans. If you and your parents were born in Asia, you may be at increased risk for hepatitis B.
And I promise, I will get a blood test for hepatitis B.
Loving your family starts with caring for yourself. Talk to your doctor about getting tested today.
My daughter's the best.
This message is brought to you by the CDC.
Live from the Anajar and Levine studios, Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Where you been? I've been waiting for you, Brian.
Automation at another station, man.
Ah.
Automation at another station, man. You know how I go, man. Someone says, I know I'm hired here.
Okay.
I understand that there's a schedule put in place.
There is.
By individuals who are supposedly in power.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not coming. And you're not firing me. I'm telling you, I'm not coming today.
Huh.
So, you know, when that happens, other people got to carry the slack and other people got to say, hey, you know what? Out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to make sure that this station doesn't fail.
Too late.
Because I hear important people were in Jacksonville today.
Huh.
So I don't know who listening. By the way, my name is Kasey Kuhrts.
That's not true.
Just in case.
At all.
All right?
Hey, listen, I don't need help digging a grave. All right? I will put myself firmly in the grave.
Kasey, you should let me use your name. You know, like when two people are doing dirt, but they're friends, they grew up, and one guy says, hey, listen, if I die, you could put all the murders on me.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm doing right now, man.
Okay.
My name is Kasey Lamont Kuhrts.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Chip and Teresa.
Okay.
My parents. Huh?
All right.
Lovely wife at home, Amanda.
Okay.
Love the dog, Blue. You would love them.
People are believing you right now.
Okay. I'm just saying, man. Yes, YB. Commercials, PSAs.
Even more torture. Out of commercials.
Even more torture.
And then I played a bunch of PSAs. But again, YB, what this comes down to is just show up for work.
That's fair. Your beef is not with us, YB.
But here's the thing. Brian does not have, I know Brian, right? He does not have he's a good employee. All right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to put it that way.
Good follower.
Brian is a good employee. He won't watch it burn, right? Brian, he fixes things. He won't let things crash and burn. Now this really is Kasey. I'd have been gone so fast. Be like, I don't know. We in the news, we in the weather. I don't care. You didn't show up for work.
Kasey has a side of, if you've ever seen Dark Knight with Heath Ledger as a Joker.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you remember the scene where he's a nurse and he's walking away from the hospital, things are blowing up, and then it doesn't blow up right when he plans, and he waits, and then it blows up, and he's like, oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
That's Kasey at points, right? You just got to catch him on the right day.
Yeah.
That's okay. Kasey won't let it burn either. Don't let him fool you. the right situation, I've seen Kasey become the model employee. I was like, all right, I guess you're trying to move up in the company. I don't know what this is. It's strange.
If you want your company to be ran well, you hire Brian Middleton. If you want things to get done, you hire Kasey Kuhrts.
If you want to get paid more money, you hire Kasey Kuhrts. Mainly because he has no problem making people feel uncomfortable. I've actually learned from Kasey. I got to be real with you with that part. I mean, I've always been kind of cool with that, even though you're right, man.
In a very non-HR way. Pause. Just want to get that in there.
Okay.
You said making people feel uncomfortable. I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
That's not what we're talking about.
Make them feel uncomfortable with, the mess that they trying to throw your way. Trying to get over on you.
Yeah.
Anyway, I feel like I'm doing everything. All right, you know what? I got some administrative stuff to do.
I bought it. I'm
Baker Mayfield.
That's you on the Bills?
Baker Mayfield. I'm starting in the fourth quarter.
I bought it.
I am. Jordan Love. Huh? Fourth quarter decision making.
I bought it. I'm the idiot.
Buffalo Bills punt team. Okay? 11 on 10.
I bought it. I'm the idiot.
6 on 4, more importantly.
I bought it. I'm the idiot.
Kasey Kuhrts, Stephon Diggs when the lights are brightest.
I bought it. I'm the idiot.
When the ball hits Stephon Diggs in both arms.
I bought it. I'm the idiot. Right through.
Sports Illustrated.
I bought it. I'm the idiot.
Nobody
bought it. That's the problem.
That's, you know what?
I bought it. I'm the idiot.
All right. I wanted to get that out the way before we talk Jags or Wild Card Weekend or whatever else. I admit my wrongs. I know Casey's not going to do this, and that's fine. But you got a couple of scoreboards
I haven't heard anything
up there.
about the Bills.
I just said their punt team.
Well, what about the team as a whole?
Well, I thought we were going to talk about that more importantly. I got to be real with you. I'm one of the few people not putting the majority of this on Josh Allen. Everybody else I've heard from your coworkers up in Bristol or New York or L.A., wherever they're shooting Greeny at or First Take at.
Yeah, my coworkers.
Whatever whack ideas they were spewing. I like Ryan Clark. I didn't get it. I feel like they had a pre-planned notion before they got in there. Like, you say this, you say this, you say that. Because his take was horrible. Multiple national people. Anyway, Kasey, where are we going?
We can start there. We can start there. That's fine. We'll start with the Bills.
Great.
And we'll start with Josh Allen. They did not lose the game because of Josh Allen. At times, Josh Allen was the only person keeping them in the football game. The criticism of Josh Allen comes on the final drive when you had Diggs underneath. You didn't hit him. And then you missed the guy in the end zone. I get it. He got hit, whatever. Both guys were open. You missed both of them. That's my only beef with Josh Allen. As you mentioned moments ago, clowning me for a fool, it went between his arms. That's supposed to be a number 1 top 3 receiver in the league. DB didn't touch it. It went through his arms. What is Josh supposed to? He put it in the perfect spot. And then the drive before, a little bit tougher catch. Sherfield, I think is his name on the dive. Somebody's got to make a play for you somewhere along the line. Either of those plays are made, the Bills win. I think, assuming that Buddy can, make it. But, yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Josh Allen hate today.
Oh. I see. Okay. So you don't talk to your coworkers before they go on.
I don't.
National TV. My bad. Okay.
I don't speak to these people ever, actually. Greeny one time. But
there you go.
He was on the show. What a disaster for the Buffalo Bills, huh?
Well, you called it. I'll give you your props before I start on my rant. You did call it last Friday. I said Bills. Chase Bunker said Bills. Most of America probably was thinking Bills, even if they didn't have the guts to say it. It was the low-hanging fruit. Even though we knew. I've said it. Plenty of people said it. The pedigree, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, the defense is better that you've been touting all season. Isaiah Pacheco is back. He's going to run angry. Your words again. But they did look vulnerable. They did. They may still be. They're not as good as we've seen them in years past. But here we are, 6 years in a row. If your kid was born in 2018, I'm trying to do math right now, and the kid could remember everything from day one about football, kid doesn't know an AFC championship game without Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Crazy.
That's something?
It's a wild
That's
stat.
dumb. I'm really starting to think. I'm starting to be swayed. I'm gonna get back to the Bills in a second. I'm starting to be swayed just a bit, and I may be late to the party. I'm not fully convinced because of what I just saw with Tom Brady. I'm starting to believe a lot of things got to go right. I get it. He got to play for a long time. Pat Mahomes might be able to actually catch Tom Brady. It's starting to be goofy stuff like this. These kind of things that you can't say for anybody ever. They weren't even doing this when there was 8, AFL, NFL teams, and they were playing in leather helmets. Them teams couldn't make it to championship games 6 times in a row. You telling me you doing it in the 2010s into 2020? Anyway, okay, Buffalo Bills. If I'm Josh Allen, I don't want to hear nothing. Josh Allen's like, can I get a kicker that want to make the kick? That's fine. I can't do that. Can I get a special teams that the 6 guys that were trying to block 4, can you do that? Please.
Yep.
Stephon, man, if you don't shut the bleep up forever. You and your brother out in Dallas. I missed you. I missed you with a pass. Bro, I hit you with the momentum, back-breaking, if you make the catch, kind of pass.
It's over, yeah.
You that guy, right? Actually, we might have to put it in the end zone because I don't know. You may have fell. It would have been a great catch. It was a great pass. If Josh Allen had any semblance of guys who wanted to show up with him, heck, I even accidentally texted you about Cook dropping that ball that he would have walked into the end zone.
James Cook fumbles every game, just somehow gets it back every time, too. Because he had that as well.
Looking at his hand, how dare Stephon Diggs, after he dropped that 45, 50-yard bomb, he turned around and you can't see it unless you're on the stream, put his hands up like this, like this close. This close. What do you mean this close?
It went through your arms, bro.
I put none of this on – I'm sorry. I put about 10% of this on Josh Allen.
That's a fair number.
Because he's the quarterback. But how we were talking last week, and many people were – the question that I posed to you was, hey, bigger for your legacy, Lamar to win this weekend or Josh Allen. I agreed with you with the assessment of Lamar. It could be big, but Josh Allen because Kansas City, it's all lining up for you.
They had to win.
He played well enough for the team to win, and he was not the reason this team lost. This is not one of these times you look at and you're just like, boy, he just can't get it done. He can't get it done when the lights are shining the brightest. Everybody else around him, I got nothing for you. I don't know what else it will take. But I will say this one final thing, Casey, throwing it back to you. This iteration of Buffalo,
it's over.
It's done. Because if you think that Kansas City is going to look like this, I doubt it next season. As far as they may be able to get got. Even though, you can't ever really count them out. If you think that Joe Burrow is going to be injured for the whole season again, that's not normally how his injuries work. He's knocked out for most of the year to the entire year. Then he comes back and they make a Super Bowl run. Okay? So you got to deal with that. That's a guy you really can't beat. Lamar Jackson's coming on his second MVP. I don't know what's going to happen if he pulls a Super Bowl off. I don't know what stratosphere, what kind of growth could happen there. And that's just in the AFC. NFC, we still think, even though San Francisco looked less than impressive to me, they could be an issue. I don't know what Detroit's going to be.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, by the way, in Houston, maybe they continue to catch fire, but he's going to get better. Tua, they may piece it together this next year. This was the time right here. That 6-game winning streak coming off of 6-6, when the only person believing in the Buffalo Bills for about 12 weeks of the season was Kasey Kuhrts, and then looking like a prophet when they go on this 6-game win streak. And I was like, they're overcoming adversity. This was the time at home against a Kansas City team that, honestly, they didn't look better than you guys.
Oh, they weren't.
And you just messed up the bet. But I don't put too much of this on Josh Allen. And honestly, if they would have won this, I'm fine with, I don't know, Sean McDermott's contract or whatnot. There's a major change that needs to happen here. It's probably going to be what? Wide receiver. You said Diggs is probably – you don't think Diggs is going to be here?
Davis is gone.
Do they need – they're not going to do anything with the coach because of how they ended the season, right?
They should have fired the coach already.
But Josh Allen, I don't know what to tell you, my boy. You played well, and I'm the biggest – if you've listened, thank you. for the past 2 seasons, I've been the biggest criticizer of the Buffalo Bills and the biggest, not detractor necessarily, but like pulling the reins back on Josh Allen love so much around here. I'm like, he ain't do nothing. He ain't overcome nothing. I was all the way in on the Buffalo Bills, had them going to the Super Bowl, and Josh Allen is showing me something. And in that game, I can't imagine people up in Buffalo truly blaming Josh Allen. But I've heard more people nationally because I've been listening to ESPN, I've listened to Fox Sports, I've listened to a couple of different other more independent but big time channels, and it's just like, did y'all watch the game? And some of them were former players, so then I'm just like, what am I missing? Because when I'm looking at right here, they're seeing something different. Teach me, because Josh Allen looked like he did more than enough for that team to win. Anyway, Casey, that's my rant on that.
Yeah, I think he missed 1 or 2 throws again, like I said, but it doesn't get to that point if Diggs makes a play. It doesn't get to that point if Sherfield or whatever his name is makes a play. It doesn't get to that point if James Cook catches the football. Like, this had, as crazy as it sounds, this had blowout potential. And then, yeah, I know. And then you had the play with Hardman on the goal line where he fumbles out of the end zone. Like, this could have got ugly for Buffalo. They couldn't do it. And now, to the point, how much of that do you put on the quarterback? Just flat out because he's the quarterback. But I agree with you. Like, Josh Allen, outside of 1 or 2 throws, what else could have been done? And I am not like a Josh Allen fan. I've never been the biggest Josh Allen supporter. He's good, but I've never been there with Josh Allen. He was unstoppable in the run game. I don't know what else could have happened. But to the bigger point, the coach should be fired. The coach should not have a job. How many times do you have to underperform? Because think about where this was 6-7 weeks ago. They were a loss away from being eliminated in November.
Yeah. Yeah.
You somehow save it. You go on this run, and you had the best chance you will ever have. Kansas City is down. They were in your building. It was freezing cold. They were throwing snow. And you let them have it. They fumble on the goal line, like I just said. And you don't take advantage of it? Rashee Rice missed half the game, and that's their number 1 receiver. Travis Kelce did score 2 touchdowns, don't get me wrong, outside of that, which I know it's crazy to say outside of that. But what happened in the second and third? Where were the Bills? The Bills controlled the clock. The Bills should have won. And
they should have won.
Again. They blew it again.
Kicker, we're going to see, as soon as Stephon clears this stuff out, you good
it's
too,
tough.
man.
It's tough.
You good, my boy.
Not good. It wasn't close. I'm not going to pile on the kicker. Just wasn't good. Got to go.
Just Casey, everybody let the quarterback down. And then the quarterback had to stand there afterwards and answer questions and still be a leader.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Go ask Stephon, which they probably did. I didn't see his post game. Go ask Stephon why he dropped the pass. I don't know why.
It couldn't have been a better football.
The ball was in there. I just watched the game earlier before I made that spectacular throw in a big time moment where Baker Mayfield, before the end of the first half, made what's his name, Cortland Sutton, look like he shouldn't be a DB in the NFL when he dropped that pass in right before Mike Evans got into the end zone. Did you see that pass right before the first half? And Mike Evans leaned backwards, sliding into second base, made the catch. Had to make all kinds of adjustments, even to a great throw. My guy, who's allegedly on the same level of Mike Evans, didn't even hit him in his hands. It hit him in his arms. It was the weirdest thing.
Right through.
You want to know why? You want to? Where's it at? I'm sorry. I know we going long, man. Where's it at? I can't find it.
Technically, we're on time because
are we?
We had the debacle.
Nobody yeah, that's right. That's right. There we go. You want to know why?
Okay.
You want to know why I think so many people are on the make? Huh?
I would.
Because of stuff like that. Because this it's quadruple coverage, Jordan Love. You rolled out to your right. The sideline's right there.
Throw it away.
Throw it away.
40-something seconds. Plenty of time.
Lose yards. Run out. You throw to the middle of the field to 4 San Francisco 49ers.
Backwards. Wasn't even looking.
Green Bay receivers are like, are we?
We didn't get this script.
Did we?
My script says something different. I was supposed to catch this pass.
Is it rewrite in the real time?
This was supposed to go out of bounds.
Baker Mayfield. So not as bad as Jordan Love. Don't know what he was looking at. Never will be an NFL QB. Not knocking him wholeheartedly. It's a hard position, I hear.
That's what they say.
But the linebacker was right there. There was 2 Detroit Lions right there. And he just threw it and just said, hey, I know the game's on the line. You sure that it's pressure? Sometimes I just think people on the make. The ball hit you in both. That's not even forearms. What is that? What's the inside of your forearm? I don't know what that is. It hit Stephon Diggs in both of them.
You're right through.
His hands are right there, though.
You're right there.
It's what he does for a living.
He was up there. He just had to make the play.
Someone check some bank accounts. That's all I got.
His is large. Very large. Yeah, not good in Buffalo. So, yeah, I would expect just massive changes. Again, I would change the coach. How many times do you have to not get it done? Right? There's a difference between, like, people talking about Sirianni potentially losing his job. You want to talk about that to this? This is a debacle. If it were me, the coach would be gone. The Diggs contract, you're going to have to basically pay him to go away. But at this point, I'd pay him to go away.
Send him to Dallas. Let him be with his buddy. Hey, and listen, he's a talented guy. You're right. Sometimes it's just done. I think that's where it's at here. Nothing to knock him. He's one of the best receivers in the league, but man.
It's done. It's not working.
Here's the McDermott thing, though, and I get it. We're not Buffalo Sports Radio, but 9-7, 6-10, 10-6, 13-3, 11-6, 13-3, 11-6.
What trophies do they have?
Yeah, none. But again, it's like the Michael Jordan era to a certain degree. It's like I can name a bunch of great NBA greats who, you shouldn't. I hope they didn't lose their job, but their coaches didn't lose their job. Some of them probably did.
Yes.
They kept running to Chicago except for those 2 seasons that Houston won. It feels like that here.
But this one's different.
Yeah.
This one is the one that is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Because they're not that good.
They're not. They're not. They're kicking themselves right now.
Like, this was the best chance you were ever going to have, and you couldn't do it. But you had it. Stephon Diggs catch the ball. It's over. You win. There's no doubt in my mind they score. 7. Worst case scenario, 6. They win. If dude misses the PAT.
Yeah, I said they would need to score 7 because
they're scoring. They're 100% from there. Josh Allen scoring on his own. It could be 9 straight QB draws. He's gonna get in. He's gonna run somebody over and get in. Like, you win. You just got to make the play. Either play. Diggs gets most of the hate because there's no other way to put it. It went through his hands. Like, it went through his arms. He's up in the air. He made the play. He didn't, though. He was up. He had the position. He didn't make the play. And then on the other sideline, again, tougher catch. You got to make it. They win. It's over. And, yeah, I hear what you're saying there, and it's you have a point, but at the same time, this was it. And if you didn't get it done now, if you are ownership in Buffalo, there's no reason to believe you can get it done with the people you have.
Yeah.
There's no reason to believe that. I mean, they had to play in terms of Kansas City. Mahomes was damn near perfect. 17 for 23, 2 touchdowns. I feel like at no point did he put the ball in any harm's way. Pacheco was good, not great, still had about 100 yards. Rashee Rice misses half of the game. You had it.
They were the better.
Buffalo was
going
better.
They were the better team going in, even with. And I didn't realize how many injuries they were dealing with defensively, especially. Even with that, it was on their side. And honestly, Casey, it's tough. But we use the same thing for the Jags most of the season. At least I did. You're supposed to be a good team. You're supposed to be a great team. You just kind of got to figure out a way. I know that sucks from someone who doesn't play in the NFL and doesn't know how tough it is to really overcome those injuries and all the other obstacles that happen during the NFL season. But I've seen enough football to watch teams, and exhibit number 1 was your opponent, Buffalo, yesterday's game, watching them last season when the best player in the league, the MVP last year, had 1 1/4 ankles, and they figured out a way to win game after game.
They got it done
in the Super Bowl. So
there's no doubt in my mind, by the way, Kansas City's going to the Super Bowl. There's no doubt in my mind. They'll beat them. I don't think they win it. They're going. I think they're going.
YB ain't gonna like that. YB, that was a crazy comment though about the running though. I gotta be real with you. YB ain't gonna like that. I know he's a Baltimore fan. Ben Becker ain't gonna like that. He's a Baltimore fan. I don't know how you doubt. At this point, it's like
I'm doubting Mahomes.
I'm just not gonna bet against Kansas. Baltimore's gonna have to show me.
Exactly.
You know, like they're great, but just go and beat them. And I'll be gladly to say that I'm wrong, but.
Kansas City has not. They've had the better quarterback every game they've played. They have not been the better team.
It's the power.
Majority of the games they've played.
The power of Tay-Tay. The random shots to Taylor Swift on a 3-yard gain. I was like, wow, that's.
I can't get over the fact that after he scored the first one, he threw the hand heart up at Taylor Swift.
Oh, that's a money play. I don't know how he's going. I don't know what that is, but that's a marketing money play. Y'all can't tell me differently.
Bro is down horrendous.
She must be amazing. Leave it right there. She must be outstanding. She must be an outstanding woman because a heart in front of everybody, she must be there for you.
Like, immediate, like, he scored and it was hand heart. Like, this bro is just in love, bro.
Hey.
It's wild. I don't need you to comment. We're good.
I'm just saying.
I got you. Yeah. Wild.
Amazing.
Yep.
Which I gotta be real with you, not.
Wait, okay.
I know we gotta get a break because we got like 8,000 commercials. Literally.
Sounds fitting.
Holy smokes, we got a lot of commercials. Okay.
Where nobody pays for commercials, but we have to play. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton.
Wow.
BRB.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
I'm Action News Jack's First Alert meteorologist Trevor Gibbs. Warmer temperatures tonight compared to the last few nights, only into the 50s by early Tuesday morning with partly to mostly cloudy skies continuing. Cloud cover sticks around for Tuesday with a lot of dry time, and aside from a brief shower, it's just very warm with high temperatures in the lower to mid 70s. From the Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Trevor Gibbs.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds, proud to offer a huge selection of both lab-grown and natural diamonds at the lowest prices guaranteed.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The January weather has been fluctuating, those temperatures dipping down in the evenings and mornings. Is your heating system safe to use? The team at Bold City Heating and Air specializes in system revitalization and optimizing your system so it runs safe and at peak efficiency. Schedule your winter system checkup for only $49 at boldcityac.com. Bold City Heating and Air can help you save hundreds of dollars on your energy bill, too. Get the checkup, save money, and make sure your AC unit is safe for all the weather conditions. Schedule online at boldcityac.com.
Start 2024 with a deal from Bono's Pit Barbecue, the official barbecue of the Jacksonville Jaguars. In January and February, you can get 2 meals, $12.99 or less, and 2 banana puddings for $25. Save with Bono's and savor the flavor. Locally smoked since 1949. Almost 20 locations around Jacksonville. Bono's Pit Barbecue, the official barbecue of the Jacksonville Jaguars. 2 meals and 2 banana puddings for $25. Bono's Pit Barbecue. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit.
Hey, this is Bruce.
And I'm Carrie.
We're the owners of Koala Insulation.
Are you feeling that cold floor under your feet or those drafty rooms? Does your heat turn on and off all day long just to try to keep that home comfortable? It might be your insulation.
Give us a call and set up your free evaluation at 679-6282 or find us online at koalainsulation.com.
Credit for everyone. 500 vehicles in one location, 30-day exchange program. If you want it all, get it all at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. Right now, just $500 down and only $288 a month gets you a pre-owned 2021 Toyota Corolla. Or you choose a pre-owned 2021 Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma for just $500 down and only $388 a month. Plus, Arlington's Credit for Everyone program and 30-day exchange program. Don't wait. Save thousands and shop arlingtontoyota.com today. Terms and conditions apply. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/offers for details.
Ready to turn game day into payday? Head to Aces Sports Bar in Best Bet St. Augustine for the ultimate win. Catch all the NFL and college football games on our big screens and play your hand at the tables. Plus, anytime a touchdown is scored, someone wins $100 during select games with Best Bet St. Augustine's Lucky Seat Cash giveaway. Visit bestbetjacks.com for full details.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. You can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move when you're ready with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home and skip the hassle of constant cleaning and costly repairs. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of our clients, Ben, said, when we decided to sell our home, I was overwhelmed by how much time we would have to put into getting the best value for our home. We chose Mark Spain Real Estate, and they took so much off our plate. We never worried about showings or open houses on top of our really busy schedules. I would definitely recommend them to my friends and family. I've been in business for nearly 30 years and have served over 50,000 satisfied clients. And I know what matters most: a quick sale and maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
With stores in San Marco, Avondale, and the shops of Ponte Vedra, it's been Underwood's business to have what she wants since 1928.
When it comes to protecting your family and your property, there's a name that has stood the test of time: SafeTouch Security. With SafeTouch, you're never home alone and never away from home. SafeTouch offers 5 layers of defense, controlled by an integrated app, giving you peace of mind whether you're home or not. These are state-of-the-art systems, and right now, SafeTouch is offering their once-a-year deal, which can save you up to 50% on your security package. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license EF2000195.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
Men, suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE? Frustrated taking pills that don't work? Here's a message from Prime Men's Medical Center.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough treatments with men lasting longer than ever without pain or surgery.
Call now. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results right in the office. Call Prime Men's Medical Center now. 904-664-8221. That's 904-664-8221.
When the big story breaks, Action News Jax gives you an instant advantage with the biggest team of experienced reporters, giving you more details because we get more details with live, fast-changing updates as they happen. So you know the whole story, streaming on every screen, so you're informed no matter where you are. There's a reason we're number one for breaking news, because if it's happening now and in your neighborhood, it's on Action News Jax. Local coverage you can count on.
The Florida sun is burning bright and coastal waters are sparkling. You need a boat. Come to the Jacksonville Boat Show, January 26th, 27th, and 28th at the Prime Osborne Convention Center. Don't miss killer deals on boats and accessories, plus fishing seminars, kids events, music, and fun. The Jacksonville Boat Show, presented by ViStar Credit Union. Tickets at boatjax.com. That's boatjax.com. Buy a boat.
This is Brent Friends with Brent Martineau.
You don't even like your quarterback.
Kasey Kuhrts.
You don't even like your team.
And Aaron Schachter.
I don't even like myself, guys. Do you know me?
On Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
A lot of talk about the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs in the first segment. Mostly Bills, though. Good weekend of football. Chiefs get it done. Lions to the NFC Championship. How about that? Brock Purdy. It looked underwhelming for a lot of the time, but when it mattered the most, play after play. And Lamar Jackson's the MVP. Setting up for a good weekend upcoming. I feel like, because you don't always get this. And I felt this way with the college football playoff, like they got the best two at the end. I think probably, and say what you want about Kansas City, but I think they got the best four from this year. Kansas City was down, I get it. But the argument would probably be like a Dallas or a Philly, but with the Philly collapse, it's easy to. But I think they got the goods. Buffalo wasn't through a whole season. Ups and downs were crazy. Same with Dallas, same with Philly. I think we got the best four. I feel good about that. No idea who's going to win it. Although I'm kind of feeling about biting some kneecaps with Dan Campbell. I don't know. I got a feeling. But I'll tell you this. Every time they put the Chiefs as underdogs on Hard Rock, I will bet on them. A lot of money.
Okay.
Shout out last night. Appreciate y'all for winning that football game. Jags busy today. How about that? How about that?
All right. Yeah, what are they doing now?
Ryan Nielsen, come on down. You are now the defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars. If you have not been listening all day, maybe just jumping in the car. Appreciate you listening. This is Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton on ESPN 690. We're only here for about 10 more minutes or so. Ryan Nielsen was the defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons, originally blocked for an interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars because of a lateral move. As the Falcons continue to interview anybody who's ever considered being a head coach, they've decided to let their coordinators go and interview if they so choose. Ryan Nielsen interviewing in Jacksonville and announced by the Jags around 6 o'clock, officially official, no longer just a report. He is the defensive coordinator for the Jacksonville.
We do not care. Oh, no, sorry.
You don't like this?
No. I hit the wrong button.
It was truly a mispunch?
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
We do not care. Right next to each other.
Fair enough. I like this a lot. I'm a big fan of this. On the surface of like a first reaction. I think there are parts of this that I could see why you'd be questionable, but the big reason I'm in on this is because I think they've hired a coach that not only are you going to get the best out of a guy like Trayvon Walker, a guy like Josh Allen, but you're also going to improve what has been, in my opinion, the weakest part of your defense, and that's your defensive line. This is a guy that has a specialty in stopping the run and getting after the quarterback. A guy like Cam Jordan with the Saints extremely endorses this guy from his time with the Saints. A lot of credit from how Trey Hendrickson has developed goes to this guy. And now you bring him in with Trayvon Walker, who was drafted to do both of those things, stop the run and get after the quarterback. And you bring in the coach or a coach that is believed to be a specialty in those two things. I love it. I love it, Brian. On the surface, I think this is great. You get the best of Trayvon. You take Josh and all them sacks. Well, first you got to re-sign him. And you just take it another step. But now I look at this and go, what are they going to get out of Roy Robertson Harris? When Devon Hamilton is fully healthy, can they get him back to where he was and hitting another level? What move now do they make? Because I do believe they bring in a veteran to improve this defensive line. The questionable part of this may come in the defensive scheme, if you will, in their secondary. This is going to, we believe now, going to be a lot of man, which I do not know if that's a good thing for these Jacksonville Jaguars. What is Tyson Campbell? Last year, this time, I'd tell you, trending towards elite. This time, this year, I tell you, I don't know. I think he was playing hurt. I still think he's a part of this, and a sizable part, but I don't know that for sure. I look at the other side, and I look at Darius Williams and go, yeah, he was damn good at times. They going to pay to keep him, though? Is he best suited to be in this new defense? I don't know. And then your third corner, Trey Herndon did real good at times this year. But if you're going to be playing a lot of man, I'm not sure if that's the best option. So again, I think there's parts to love, like I do. I think there's parts to be questionable about. But I think one thing's for sure with this hire is there will be nothing close to a run it back on defense. I think you're getting multiple pieces. I'm not sitting here and telling you they're paying $100 million for multiple people. What I'm telling you is I think you're seeing more rotation on their defensive front. I think you're seeing at least a corner, maybe two. And I'm intrigued by that. So on the surface, Brian, I'm super, super excited about this hire for what it does for a guy like Trayvon Walker.
Who is coming off of a double-digit sack season.
Very true.
Kasey, I think that you summed that up pretty well. And it seems like this will be a solid hire. This is my one problem.
Okay.
We watched the offense this season, and they still doing stuff that has nothing to do with the offense. Nothing to do with making sure that Trevor stays upright.
That's fair.
Nothing to do to make sure that Travis Etienne, one of the most explosive players in the league, has holds the pound pause. When he has the ball in his hand, double pause. Wow. So I'm trying to figure out,
double pause.
Do they think we stupid, or is this just we're just so early on? I mean, the season isn't even over yet.
No,
because at this point, I need an announcement. Hey, we starting to scout an O-line.
Yeah, we're not
coach, man, assistant. Then we fire the second assistant to the offensive line coach.
We did.
Where's that hire at? Where's that PR, that Jags PR email at?
I would not hold your breath. I don't think it's coming.
I'm so, that's the part that's getting me about this. I get it. They put all the blame on Mike Caldwell. That's what they did. That's what they've been doing so far.
Interviewing to be the Philadelphia Eagles defensive coordinator.
And that's fine. And there's blame there. You can point to, things that didn't go well even though him and people on the staff can point to things that did go well. That's fine. But that's where it stopped. So, the season isn't over with. But if this is the same thing that's happening in March and nothing really's come through in April and we're in May and it's still like, I think the defense is going to be right, I'm going to have a real issue. And the Jags will probably have a real issue too. So I hope there's more coming down the pipeline that specifically addresses things that we've all seen. Fans, media, players on the team, if they admit it, if they got some truth serum in them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just my biggest issue here. But as far as this hire, this is fine, reading this resume and seeing the increase in sacks from, when he took over for Atlanta on the line. Yeah, it's exciting to see what he could potentially do with the pieces that we have here and some of the cornerstone pieces.
21 to 42.
Yeah, the Trayvon Walker, that'll be real exciting. So overall, good job, I guess. We'll see.
I like it. I like it on the surface. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But I think I believe it will demand some personnel change, which may be needed. It obviously means nothing for the offense. We'll see what changes happen there. The only thing it means is if you're going to spend money on a potential corner or defensive lineman or edge rusher, it's less money you got to pay somebody to catch footballs for Trevor Lawrence and protect Trevor Lawrence. So we'll see. But I'm not mad at this today. I think they could have made worse choices, and I'm pretty content with the choice they did make, announced just a little bit ago. Ryan Nielsen, your new defensive coordinator for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fun fact, who, if you had to guess, who led the Falcons in sacks last year under Ryan Nielsen?
I don't know.
Calais Campbell.
Oh. I guess you could say the Nielsen ratings are at an all-time high. But he should go with that. He should run with that. He should be a brand when he comes in here.
I don't think most people
like
know what the Nielsen ratings are.
Okay, get himself a hoodie, get himself a little, brand image. Nielsen ratings at an all-time high. Walking in with the shades.
That would be cool.
Shoes, no socks like Mike McDaniel. What's his name? Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just saying.
How about that?
But good for Calais.
Yeah, bring him back. Why not? If he wants to still play football, we'll take him.
Is he done with Atlanta? Was it a one-year contract?
Yes.
Oh.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, come on now, man.
If Calais still chooses to play football, likely Hall of Fame career that, he could just stop at any time.
A lot of sacks, yeah. It's like, I'm pretty good.
What's that math?
Like, where's my jacket fitting?
105 and a half, something like that.
Is this gold? Gold tint? What is this jacket?
Oh, it's gold. Yeah. It's going to be gold.
Okay.
It is going to be gold. Well, that'll do it on a Monday. Likely more playoff talk tomorrow. A lot of Bills Chiefs today, but that was the marquee game. Again, should be a good weekend coming up. A little more to break down. Who's going to hire Bill Belichick? All kinds of things still to happen this week. Atlanta Falcons interviewing everybody to be their head coach. Jim Harbaugh again. Now Vrabel's interviewing in places, so I think things will start to fall into place eventually, but we will see, and one of those dominoes will be Ben Johnson, but until the Lions are out of it, we won't know anything about that. For Brian Middleton, my name is Kasey Kuhrts. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
The Gun Show is back at the Maxwell Snyder Armory on Normandy Boulevard this Saturday and Sunday. Buy, sell, trade, and browse a huge selection of guns, knives, ammo, and more.